Chapter 1198. At this moment, Yi Xian could feel all the Tao laws. It was different from before, because at this moment, he felt like those Tao laws were a part of his body. Every Tao law was a part of Yi Xian's body. A true perfect fusion. Big sister looked at Yi Xian. How do you feel now? Yi Xian was a little excited. I feel like they're a part of my body. Big sister nodded. I have 3 abilities. The first is amplification. I can greatly increase the abilities of every Tao law. You can try activating the Tao law now. Yi Xian nodded. He left Xiaota and appeared outside. Then the space Tao law appeared between his brows. He opened his palm, and the surrounding space started to strangely decompose, layer by layer. At this moment, the space he was in became extremely strange. Yi Xian shifted his consciousness. In an instant, the space around him went back to normal. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Dodge." As his voice fell, he had already appeared several dozen feet away. Spatial teleportation. This had already surpassed the scope of speed. It was directly spatial teleportation, a kind of change in position between 2 spaces. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. Gather. In the blink of an eye, a powerful force suddenly appeared in his palm. The power of space. The power that was absorbed from the surrounding space. Big sister's voice suddenly sounded. With your current ability, together with the space Tao law and me, you can instantly shatter the surrounding space for hundreds of thousands of miles. Of course, using such a great power will cause your body to suffer a bit of backlash. Because your current strength is not enough to completely withstand such a great power. If you can reach the self-release realm, you can affect the entire 5th dimension with a single thought. Affect the 5th dimension. Yi Xian's expression changed. This was too heaven-defying. Big sister said again, my second ability is my unique special ability, Dark Extermination. Yi Xian was a little confused. Dark Extermination? Big sister said. Yes, with a single thought. All things can be dark extermination. Yi Xian said, what is dark extermination? Eldest sister said softly, it is the dark night. This world is divided into yin and yang, as well as day and night. I can forcefully reverse the white and black, and control the dark matter energy in the night. As the voice faded, the world in front of Yi Xian suddenly darkened. Everything could not be seen. Big sis said, dark matter exists in the dark space. It's an extremely lethal force. Now you can use me to feel this force. Yi Xian nodded and slowly closed his eyes. Gradually, he sensed some strange power around him. Dark power. These forces existed in this space. No, it should be said that these forces were everywhere, but very few people could detect them and control them. Big sister's voice sounded again. Let me teach you how to control this dark force. Yi Xian nodded. All right. In the following days, Yi Xian began to learn dark power from his elder sister. On this day, a white-robed old man suddenly appeared somewhere in the starry sky. As soon as the white-robed elder appeared, a woman appeared in front of him. Tendo. Tendo looked at the white-robed elder and said with a smile, Demonic Path family? The white-robed elder looked at Tendo. You're just a little Tendo. Why do I feel that you're so dangerous? Tiandao smiled and said, is that so? That might be your misconception. The white-robed elder looked deeply at Tendo, but in the end he did not dare to make a move. This person in front of him was unfathomable. He did not dare to move. Tendo suddenly asked, what's the matter? The white-robed elder said softly, I'm here to confirm something. Tendo asked, what is it? The white-robed elder looked at Tendo. Rumor has it that there's an extraordinary person in the 5th dimension called the Prophet. He claims to know the past and the future, and he has a mysterious book house, right? Tendo narrowed her eyes, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. The next moment, she gently swiped with her fingers. Chi. The white-robed elder's throat was directly split open, and his head flew out. Blood splattered. It was an instant kill. The moment the white-robed elder's head flew out, he had a strange smile on his face. Tendo's expression was a bit solemn. At this moment, a voice came from beside her. What's the matter? Tendo said softly, something big has happened. That voice was somewhat puzzled. What big matter? Tendo shook her head. I promised him that year that I would help him hide his true identity, but now it seems that I can't hide it anymore. As she said this, she raised her head and looked at the starry sky, saying softly, "He came really fast." That voice asked again, "The him you mentioned is the prophet?" Tendo said softly, "Who else could it be other than him?" That voice asked again, "Who is he?" Tendo said softly, "A pitiful guy. Of course, Yi Xian is even more pitiful, this scapegoat." As she said this, she shook her head. "No, if something big happens, who can bear it? I have to hide for a while, it's too dangerous." As she said this, she turned and ran. That voice suddenly sounded, "Aren't you going to warn him?" Tendo's voice floated from afar. "I have already warned him." Below, Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes, and Tendo's voice sounded in his head. "Dangerous, very dangerous, very dangerous. Don't look for me, I have already left the 5th dimension." Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Dangerous? Very dangerous? What the hell? What the hell is going on? Yi Xian was confused. At this time, the elder sister's voice suddenly sounded. "She doesn't seem to be joking." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "I know she is not joking, but what is the danger?" His current enemies could be said to be relatively few. There were no enemies in the 5th dimension, but there were some in the 6th dimension, but they should be few. It could be said that unless all the forces in the 6th dimension joined forces to attack him, he should not be in that much danger. But from Tendo's tone, it seemed that he was going to die for sure. What is the danger? He really wanted to ask, but he could not contact her. That woman couldn't really have left the 5th dimension, right? The elder sister said in a deep voice. "You can't contact her?" Yi Xian shook his head. His expression was somewhat solemn. He knew that although Tendo was usually joking, she was still very reliable when it came to serious matters. She must have discovered something dangerous, so she reminded him. What kind of danger could it be? Yi Xian pondered. After a moment, the elder sister suddenly said, "Don't think too much. No matter what danger it is, you have to face it. Right now, your top priority is to fuse with me as soon as possible. At that time, you will have the capital to deal with any danger." Yi Xian nodded. As the elder sister said, his top priority now was to improve himself, completely master the Tao Law, and use all the abilities of the prison pagoda. As for danger, how many times had he encountered in his life? Without thinking too much, Yi Xian began to cultivate. Somewhere in the starry sky, in the depths of this starry sky, there stood an extremely grand palace. The palace spanned tens of thousands of miles, like a giant beast hiding in the starry sky, causing people to feel fear. Demon Tao Palace. The Demon Tao clan was not in the 6th dimension, nor was it in the 5th dimension. They were similar to the spirit realm, belonging to an independent world, the Tao world. However, unlike the spirit realm, the universe they were in was very big, even bigger than the 6th dimension. Above the 6th dimension was the Tao world. This place was known as the origin of the Great Tao. The legendary ancient scripture, the Tao scripture, originated from this place. The Tao world's ancient history recorded. In the first year of the immemorial era, scriptures descended from the heavens and spread to the various worlds. The Tao scripture was known as the #1 wondrous book, and the origin of the self-release realm came from one of the scriptures. The Great Tao has 50, the heavens have 49, and man has only 1. And because of this sentence, a super expert, Yi Lanting, appeared in the Tao world. She was the first self-release realm expert in the Tao world, and what she obtained was only 1 page of the scripture. Moreover, this page was not complete, it was a remnant page. According to the records, the Tao scripture had a total of 9 pages. After Yi Lanting achieved the Great Tao, she began to frantically search for the remaining remnant pages of the Tao scripture, but there was no more. Some said she found it. Some said she did not find it. In any case, she was no longer here. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. The Tao scripture had become a legend, but the people of the Tao world had never given up on searching for it, especially those experts who had reached the Great Tao self-release realm. Their obsession with the Tao scripture had reached a crazy level, because after they reached self-release, they were lost. There was no path ahead. How could they go? Many self-release realm experts couldn't find a path, even after comprehending for their entire lives. They knew that if they wanted to continue walking, they could only find that Tao scripture. Even if they found a remnant page, it was fine. In the history of the Tao world, countless experts had frantically searched for the Tao scripture. Moreover, these experts were basically all self-release realm experts. In modern history, the Tao scripture had really appeared once. Yi Qingji, Yi Lanting's descendant, Yi Qingji, was a heaven-warping genius, reaching self-release before the age of 20, becoming the most monstrous genius in the history of the Tao world, shocking the Tao world. However, it attracted a great disaster, because at that time it was rumored that Yi Qingji obtained the Tao scripture left behind by his ancestor, Yi Lanting. On the day of Yi Lanting's breakthrough, 39 peak self-release realm experts gathered at the Yi family. After that day, the entire Yi family was exterminated, and Yi Qingji's whereabouts were unknown. Everyone knew that Yi Qingji hadn't died, because those great factions had frantically searched for him. However, there was no news at all. It was as if Yi Qingji had vanished from the face of the earth. In the Demon Tao Hall, a middle-aged man was sitting. This person was the current patriarch of the Demon Tao family, Mo Yuan. The entire hall was empty. Only Mo Yuan was there. At this moment, the space in front of Mo Yuan suddenly trembled slightly. Gradually, Mo Yuan's calm expression changed. After a moment, Mo Yuan slowly clenched his fists. After a while, Mo Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Yi Xian. Samsara. What a good samsara. What a good Yi Qingji. You actually used this kind of method to avoid the pursuit of the Tao world's experts. No wonder no one was able to find any news about you all these years. At this moment, a voice rang out beside Mo Yuan. I've already investigated. That plain dress woman is at the self-release realm. Only someone at the self-release realm can forcefully break through the barrier of the universe and enter our Tao world from the 6th dimension. Mo Yuan's eyes narrowed. It's impossible for a self-release realm expert to appear in the 5th dimension. There is only one explanation. The Tao scripture is in the lower realm. The study room. The Tao scripture must be in that study room. At this moment, the voice suddenly rang out. What about the plain-dressed woman? Mo Yuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. This woman must have seen the Tao scripture. She can't be left alive. Let the black and white emissaries detain her. Remember, don't let them kill anyone. Leave her alive. I want her alive. The voice said. Understood. Immediately arrange it. P.S. Today is the birthday of my book friend, Bao. She wants me to add one chapter. I feel that I can't refuse, so I added one chapter. Happy birthday to Bao. Chapter 1199. Inside the palace, Missouri Yuan slowly closed his eyes. At this moment he was abnormally excited. Yi Qingji, the person that the entire Tao world was searching for, had unexpectedly entered reincarnation. Yi Xian. The corners of Mo Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, and then gradually widened. Tao scripture. At this moment, Mo Yuan was very excited. He had never thought that by a freak combination of factors, he would actually discover the whereabouts of the Tao scripture. Actually, he had never thought that the prophet and Yi Xian would have any relationship. He had sent people down to investigate Yi Xian, because the people who returned said that Yi Xian was extremely talented and strong, and had already comprehended sword cognition. The demonic path families would not underestimate such a genius, so he had sent people down to investigate. But he had never thought that while investigating Yi Xian, he would find the prophet. It had to be said that this was a pleasant surprise. A great surprise. Mo Yuan laughed again. He was now at the self-release tier, beyond the great Tao, but there was no path in front of him. He did not think that he could walk a path, because since ancient times, how many super elites with extraordinary talent had died at the self-release tier? Didn't even Yi Lanting, who had stunned the entire Tao world, disappear? He had never thought that at this time, there would be the whereabouts of the Tao scripture. Could it be that the heavens were helping him? Haha. In the palace, Missouri Yuan's laughter floated. In the 5-dimensional universe, Yi Xian and Big Sister had perfectly fused, and now he completely controlled all regulations. In a starry sky, Yi Xian stood quietly, and in his hand was the prison pagoda. Yi Xian looked at the prison pagoda in his hand, and said with a smile, "I want to see how strong the prison pagoda is after all the regulations are gathered." Big Sister said, "Wait until we meet an elite." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" Big Sister said, "Because the destructive power is too strong." Yi Xian, Big Sister said, "With your current strength, if you can reach the Shattering Void tier, with Xiao Ta and your sword Dao, you can completely face a self-release tier elite." A head-on collision. Yi Xian took a deep breath. This was equivalent to being invincible in the 5th dimension. This was because there were no self-release realm experts in the entire 5th dimension. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Big Sister, do you know the strength of a 5th dimension Tendo?" Mu Nian Nian. He was very curious about this woman's strength. After a moment of silence, eldest sister said, "I don't know. I can only say that you must be careful of this woman." Yi Xian asked, "Why?" The eldest sister said softly, "Because she is very dangerous. Fortunately, she doesn't seem to have any hostility towards you. Otherwise, you would have a headache." Yi Xian nodded. "That's true. If Tendo became his enemy, he would definitely have a headache. This woman was too scary." Eldest sister continued, "You can go find Guan Yin and the others, and have them help you reach the Shattering Void tier, preferably the Returning Element Shattering Realm tier. With your current foundation and foundation, once you reach the Returning Element Shattering Realm tier, your strength will be very strong. Probably even a half-step self-release tier elite won't be able to take your sword." Yi Xian was actually a bit freakish now, because he was only in the ruler tier, but his battle prowess was stronger than an ordinary half-step self-release tier elite. If he activated his bloodline, even a half-step self-release tier elite wouldn't be his match. And if he reached the Returning Element Shattering Realm tier, he could definitely easily kill a half-step self-release tier elite. Now, Yi Xian's greatest weakness was that his cultivation level wasn't high enough. Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, I have to increase my cultivation level." After saying so, he turned and left. The next moment, he appeared in Guan Yin's courtyard. The present him, as long as he wanted, could appear anywhere within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. Space Dao. It could be said that he had truly utilized the Space Dao to its limits. As soon as he arrived at Guan Yin's courtyard, the door to Yi Xian's room suddenly opened, and then a woman walked out. It was Guan Yin. Guan Yin looked at Yi Xian. "Is there something you need?" Yi Xian nodded. "Miss Guan, I would like to ask you to help me break through." Guan Yin fell silent for a moment and said, "Shattering the void?" Yi Xian nodded. Guan Yin sized up Yi Xian and said, "It shouldn't be difficult. Your foundation is too good, so it shouldn't be a problem." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Guan Yin nodded. "Come with me." She turned and left after saying that. Yi Xian followed Guan Yin to a riverside. There were two old men standing in front of her, and they were both half-step self-release realm experts of the Spirit of Yin race. They were the only two remaining half-step self-release realm experts of the Spirit of Yin race. Guan Yin took out a black box and passed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened the black box, and there was a pitch-black pill within it. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yin. "What's this?" Guan Yin said, "A void advancement pill, a very precious thing." Yi Xian asked, "Can it be mass-produced?" Guan Yin shook her head. "It's very difficult. First, a void advancement pill requires a large amount of natural treasures. Secondly, a god-rank alchemist needs to spend at least 1 or 2 months to refine a single void advancement pill. Moreover, it isn't a 100% success rate, and there's a very high chance of failure." Yi Xian thought deeply for a moment, and then he said, "Let me introduce you to someone who refines pills." Guan Yin looked at Yi Xian. "Someone who refines pills?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "That's right." As soon as he finished speaking, he called Xiaolinger over. Guan Yin looked at Xiaolinger. "Her?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Guan Yin's expression was slightly strange. Xiaolinger glanced at the void advancement pill in Yi Xian's hand. "Is it this one?" Yi Xian nodded. Yes, can you refine it? Xiaolinger glanced at the pill again and then she said, wait. As soon as she finished speaking, she returned to the prison pagoda. In next to no time, Xiaolinger started to get busy within the prison pagoda. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. Are you joking? Yi Xian smiled and said, do I look like I'm joking? Guanyin hesitated for a moment, and then she said, we want to help you break through. Yi Xian was just about to speak when Xiaolinger suddenly appeared here. She opened her palm, and there were 2 pills there. Both of them were void advancement pills. The expressions of Guanyin and the other 2 old men instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. Void advancement pills. Guanyin hurriedly took the 2 pills. She sized them up for a moment, and then her expression became slightly solemn. They really are. As she spoke, she gazed at Xiaolinger, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. You were able to refine them in such a short period of time? Xiaolinger spoke indifferently. Is it very difficult to refine them? Guanyin was speechless. Xiaolinger gazed at Yi Xian. Is something the matter? Yi Xian smiled and said, can you help us refine more of these pills? Xiaolinger shook her head. I don't have enough materials. Meanwhile, Guanyin suddenly said, we'll give you the materials. Xiaolinger gazed at Guanyin. How many do you have? Guanyin hesitated for a moment before she said, we can get a huge amount. Xiaolinger hurriedly shook her head. No, I want to refine my own pills. Guanyin gazed at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian gazed at Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger puckered her lips and said, Big brother, these pills are trash. I don't want to spend too much time on these trash pills. Guanyin was speechless. However, Yi Xian said excitedly, do you have better elixirs? Xiaolinger nodded. I do. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a pill appeared there. As soon as the pill appeared, a refreshing fragrance instantly filled the surroundings. The pill was only the size of a thumb, and it was completely crystalline. Moreover, it was covered in white light. It was obviously extraordinary. Yi Xian blinked and then asked, what elixir is this? Xiaolinger grinned. It's called the marrow cleansing pill. It can change the flaws of a person's body and make their body more suitable for cultivation. As she spoke, she withdrew a book and looked through it. After that, she said, it also says that if an ordinary person consumes this pill, then their body will undergo a huge change and become a superb physique for cultivation. A monster. Meanwhile, Guanyin spoke abruptly. Yi Xian gazed at Guanyin. Guanyin spoke solemnly. Our clan has such pills as well, and I've consumed many of them in the past. However, they're like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to the pill in her hand. In other words, if you have enough of these pills, you can cultivate a large number of super geniuses in the future. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. In Spirit Region, newborn children like us from large clans and forces are born with a certain amount of talent. However, most of it depends on nurturing. Most of the time, the environment determines everything. Yi Xian fell silent. Environment determines everything. That was true. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to struggle to make a name for himself. However, for some people, their birth was the endpoint that others could never reach in their lifetime. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at Xiaolinger. Do you have any other pills? Xiaolinger nodded. Yes. I have many more. I've refined a lot of them. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out some more pills. Looking at the densely packed pills in Xiaolinger's hands, Yi Xian and the others were petrified. These pills were truly priceless, especially one called the Resurrection Pill. This pill was known as the Resurrection Pill. As long as one's soul was not completely destroyed, it could bring the dead back to life. Apart from that, there were other miscellaneous pills. Although they were messy, they were quite useful, especially the Golden Body Indestructible Pill. After consuming it, one could temporarily possess an invincible golden body, and one's physical body could shake the heavens and earth. Seeing so many pills, Yi Xian and the others were shocked. Especially Yi Xian. He knew that Xiaolinger was refining pills, but he didn't know that she had refined so many top-grade pills. This little girl was too capable. At this moment, Guanyin suddenly said excitedly, Give her to me. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. Guanyin said excitedly, With her we can definitely cultivate many super experts. Yi Xian smiled, then looked at Xiaolinger. Can you help me refine the pills? Xiaolinger grinned. Okay. Nothing could make her happier than being able to help Yi Xian. Xiaolinger looked at Guanyin. I need a lot of materials. Can you give them to me? Guanyin smiled. Yes. Xiaolinger smiled. Okay. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. Swallow that pill. Then, I'll ask the 2 venerable elders to help you. Yi Xian nodded. He swallowed the pill. Soon a wave of pure energy swept out from his body. Chapter 1200. Breakthrough. In the following time, Yi Xian began to break through to the shattering void tier under the guidance of the 2 Spirit of Darkness elites. And Xiaolinger followed Guanyin to concoct pills. The entire 5th dimension was frantically searching for all kinds of supreme-grade natural treasures. Seeing the endless supply of natural treasures, Xiaolinger was overjoyed. When she was concocting pills in the prison tower, what she lacked the most were natural treasures. The people Yi Xian killed and the treasures he obtained were all taken by her. With the endless supply of natural treasures, Xiaolinger began to concoct medicinal pills like crazy. With the appearance of those medicinal pills, the number of elites in the 5th dimension increased. The entire population improved. Now no forces were hiding anything, and were all helping those with talent and potential improve. Of course, they didn't help just anyone. The first to help were their own people, in other words, those who joined the 5th Dimension Alliance. Tendo's pawn shop. 2 women sat in the hall, Xiao Dao and the one-legged woman. Xiao Dao looked at the one-legged woman. You can also break through. The one-legged woman nodded. I know. Xiao Dao said softly. I've already told Guanyin. You can go find her yourself later. She will arrange everything. The one-legged woman suddenly asked. Can we really resist the 5th dimension tribulation? Xiao Dao shook her head. I don't know. The one-legged woman was silent. Xiao Dao smiled. Just do your best. The one-legged woman nodded, stood up, and left. She was the target of intensive training, which was also appointed by Yi Xian. It could be said that the power of the 5th dimension would be gathered to train her, Arrow, and Lanxio, and the others, because they were truly outstanding enough. After the one-legged woman left, Xiao Dao raised her head, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. Tendo had disappeared. These few days, she had been trying to contact Tendo, but that woman seemed to have vanished from the world, without a trace. She had a bad premonition. Moreover, that feeling was getting stronger and stronger. After a while, Xiao Dao stood up and left. She still decided to look for Tendo. There must be a reason for this woman's disappearance. If she didn't figure it out, she wouldn't feel at ease. By the river, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Beside him were the 2 spirits of 9 Yin. They were in charge of guiding Yi Xian during this period of time. At this moment, both of them had mixed feelings. Not long ago, the spirits of 9 Yin and Yi Xian were still fighting to the death. But now both sides had no choice but to cooperate. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The 2 old men looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with shock. He broke through just like that? Yi Xian took a deep breath. He stretched out his right hand, and the space in front of him immediately became illusory. Shattering Void Tier. He was now in the Shattering Void Tier, and it could be said that this was the easiest time for him to break through. The main reason why he broke through so quickly was that he once used Sword Domain to reach the state of Shattering Void Tier. It could be said that although he wasn't in the Shattering Void Tier before, he could use Sword Domain to reach the Shattering Void Tier to create Shattering Void Tier. It was precisely because of this that he was so relaxed when breaking through to the Shattering Void Tier. The 2 old men behind Yi Xian didn't know this. When they saw that Yi Xian really broke through, the shock in their hearts could be said to be extreme. How long had it been? Less than a day, right? He broke through to the Shattering Void Tier. Was it so abnormal? Yi Xian turned to look at the 2 old men who were still shocked, and said with a smile, "Seniors, thank you." One of the old men hurriedly said, "Not at all. Young Master Yi is a genius. Even without the 2 of us, he could easily break through." Yi Xian smiled, and said, You can call me Yi Xian or little friend Yi. I don't really like the two words young master Yi. The old man nodded. All right. Yi Xian looked around, and then said, Seniors, please go ahead. The two nodded slightly, and then took their leave. After the two left, Yi Xian's figure trembled, and directly appeared in a starry sky. He slowly closed his eyes, and his divine sense spread out like a net. Soon, the whole starry sky was covered by his divine sense. In the next moment, he directly disappeared, and when he reappeared he was already tens of thousands of miles away. Not far in front of him was Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. You also came to find her? Yi Xian nodded. When she left, she told me it was very dangerous, very dangerous. I don't know what danger she was talking about. Xiao Dao looked up into the starry sky and spoke softly. She probably noticed something. Yi Xian nodded. That woman, can't she speak clearly? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. My intuition tells me that it might be related to my clan. Yi Xian frowned slightly. A clan of the demon Dao? Xiao Dao nodded. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Miss Xiao Dao, can you tell me about your demon Dao clan? Xiao Dao nodded slightly. The demon Dao clan is an extraordinary clan in the Dao world. The reason the demon Dao clan is able to become an overlord in the Dao world is mainly because of our bloodline. The power of our bloodline allows us to stand out from the masses, especially when it comes to cultivation. We're blessed by nature, and it's more than 10 times easier than ordinary people. Moreover, we're born with a special bloodline just like yours. As she spoke, she shook her head. However, our success is due to the power of our bloodline, and our downfall is also due to the power of our bloodline. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian. Because very few of us are able to surpass our ancestors and reverse our bloodline. If we can't reverse our bloodline, then it will become our shackles. So the power of our bloodline has its pros and cons. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. According to what you're saying, isn't it very difficult for my bloodline to break through? Xiao Dao spoke indifferently. What do you think? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I think it's slightly difficult. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. It's very difficult. Your bloodline is extremely abnormal, and the increase in your combat strength is simply indescribable. Moreover, the source of your bloodline seems to still be alive. In other words, if it doesn't die, then there's no end to the growth of your bloodline. So it'll be even more difficult for you to break through. Understand? Yi Xian smiled. Why would I break through it? Wouldn't it be a good thing for me if it becomes stronger? Xiao Dao shook her head. You're really ambitious. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Xiao Dao, can you tell me why you're here? Xiao Dao fell silent for a moment before she said, Because our bloodline is special, so the women of our Devil Dao clans can't marry an ordinary person. Because in the eyes of our clans, that would taint our Devil Dao clan's bloodline. So if we want to get married, then we have to find someone whose bloodline isn't weaker than ours. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Your Devil Dao clan found someone for you, but you didn't like him, right? Xiao Dao nodded. He's a playboy, and he has more women than you do. Yi Xian was astounded. Big sister, can you explain it more clearly? What do you mean by more than me? Yi Xian, don't have many women, right? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. You're trying to say that those women by your side are your friends, right? Yi Xian hurriedly said. There's nothing going on between me and them. Xiao Dao's face was expressionless. The best scum among scum. A scum. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao continued. Because I didn't agree to it, so I ran away and used some special methods to escape to this place. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. The Devil Dao clan didn't look for you? Xiao Dao spoke indifferently. They definitely did. But they never expected that I would escape to this place. But now they know. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. The problem isn't me but you. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You mean they might come to find trouble with me? Xiao Dao nodded. I'm afraid that they also want your study room. Yi Xian was puzzled. This study room is from the 5th dimension. It can only resist 5th dimension tribulations. The Devil Dao clan isn't from the 5th dimension. Why would they want this study room? It doesn't make sense. Xiao Dao spoke in a low voice. What do they want? Have you ever thought about where this study room came from? It must have come from above. What I'm most worried about now is that this study room isn't something ordinary. If that's the case, then congratulations. Although you haven't left the fifth dimension, your enemies are from all over the heavens and the earth. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao sighed. Take care of yourself. As she spoke, she turned and left. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the starry sky. After a moment, he shook his head and smiled. Enemies outside the starry sky. I'm really capable. As he spoke, he turned and left. To him, he didn't care at all. In any case, he had no lack of enemies. The most important thing to him now was to nurture the people around him. After the fifth dimension and spirit realm merged, the strength of the fifth dimension wasn't weak at all. However, it could still be stronger. If gods came, they would kill gods. If demons came, they would slay demons. Somewhere in the starry sky, a phantom floated in the starry sky. Behind him, there were two people. One was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in black. Both of them were experts from the Devil Dao clan. Moreover, they were both at the self-release realm. The three of them floated in the starry sky, not in a hurry or slow. At this moment, the phantom suddenly said, The two of you, our clansmen, have instructed us to capture the plain-dressed woman alive. We must not harm her life. I hope the two of you will remember this. The person in white said in a low voice, The two of us only know how to kill people. The phantom said in a low voice, The two of you, this woman is extremely important to the patriarch. I hope the two of you can consider the bigger picture. The person in white looked at the phantom. What's the strength of that woman? The phantom said, According to our investigation, she should be at the self-release realm. The person in white slowly closed her eyes. Self-release realm. I hope she isn't too weak. Otherwise it would be too boring. The two of them hadn't fought for many years. Chapter 1201. In the depths of the distant starry sky, the starry sky was boundless. A person standing in the starry sky was as small as a speck of dust. At the end of the starry sky, a plain dress fluttered in the starry sky. In this vast starry sky, the woman seemed somewhat frail and lonely. The woman walked very slowly, as if she was taking a stroll. After a long time, the woman suddenly took out a small wooden figure. This small wooden figure looked exactly like Yi Xian. Looking at the small wooden figure in her hand, the woman's lips curled up. As if thinking of something, she suddenly looked at the end of the starry sky. At this moment, the smile on her face gradually became cold. I am not dead, so who can harm you? Who dares to harm you? In the past, she was only alive because of her brother's words. If you have the ability, then protect the common people of this world. She did it. She protected that part of the universe for tens of thousands of years. And now, she was alive because her brother was still alive. In fact, after that epiphany, she felt that living was meaningless. Sword Dao. She was already at the peak. Longevity? If she did not want to die, who could make her die? If she died one day, there was only one explanation. There was only one explanation. And that was that she wanted to die. But now, she did not want to die. At this moment, the starry sky in the distance suddenly trembled. Soon 3 people appeared in front of her. They were the mysterious expert from the demonic path family, and the black and white envoys. All 3 of them were at the self-release realm. The plain-dressed woman collected her thoughts and looked at the 3 people in front of her. I only have one question. Who told you to find me? The figure smiled and said, I heard from the 5th dimension's Tendo that you are Yi Xian's little sister. The 5th dimension's Tendo. The plain-dressed woman turned her head and glanced down. Somewhere in the starry sky, a woman who was roasting fish suddenly raised her head. The next moment, she quickly turned and ran. I did not do anything. I did not do anything. As she spoke, she had already run back to the 5th dimension. She knew that if she was in the 5th dimension, that woman would not attack. Because this attack might even kill Yi Xian. When that woman had killing intent, the place where Yi Xian was the safest. The plain-dressed woman did not attack. The 5th dimension might not be able to withstand her sword, but Yi Xian might not be able to either. Moreover, there were many friends and relatives of Yi Xian in the fifth dimension. She didn't care, but she cared about Yi Xian's concern. Love me, love my dog. She didn't want him to be unhappy at all. The plain-dressed woman retracted her gaze. The moment she retracted her gaze, the Tendo in the fifth dimension heaved a sigh of relief. The fifth dimension Tendo raised his head to look at the starry sky and clicked his tongue. So strong. This strength. I can only describe it as King Hao. As she spoke, she seemed to think of something and said, "This demon path family really went to find her." As she spoke to hear, she suddenly raised a thumb. The demonic path families really have guts. The demon Dao family. In the starry skies, there was a plain-dressed woman. The phantom smiled and said, "Miss, we would like to invite you to our demonic path family as a guest. Is that possible?" The plainly dressed woman looked at the phantom. Sure. The phantom was slightly taken aback. He agreed just like that? Wasn't he going to fight? The phantom looked at the plain-dressed woman and quickly understood. It was probably because the other party saw that he had 3 self-release realm experts on his side, so he gave up resisting. But this was also good. It saved him some trouble. The phantom calmly said, "Please." As she finished speaking, she turned around and left with the black and white emissaries. Yi Xian followed them. On the way, the phantom looked at the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman's expression was calm. He couldn't see whether she was happy or angry. The phantom smiled and said, "Your Excellency, aren't you going to ask why we are inviting you?" The plain-dressed woman looked at the phantom and didn't say anything. The phantom suddenly transmitted his Xian Qi to the black and white emissaries. "Can the two of you feel her true strength?" After a moment of silence, the white emissary suddenly said, "I can't feel it. This person has no aura." Hearing this, the white emissary's expression gradually sank. At this time, the black emissary suddenly said, "Presumably, she has some secret method to hide her aura." The phantom nodded. The 3 of them couldn't feel the aura of the plain-dressed woman. There were only 2 possibilities. The first was that the plain-dressed woman had some secret method to hide her aura from them. The second was that the plain-dressed woman's strength far surpassed them. They couldn't feel the suppression of their realms. It was obviously the first. Above self-release realm? Even Yi Lanting of the Dao world hadn't reached that level all those years ago. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for her to reach above self-release realm, because there was no one above self-release realm in the entire Dao world. Self-release realm was the limit. At this time, the white emissary suddenly said, "This woman doesn't give me a simple feeling. We can't be careless." The black emissary smiled and said, "She really isn't simple. She can still be so calm when facing 3 self-release realm experts. I have to say that such determination is really rare. However, so what if she isn't simple? Can she fight against the 3 of us by herself?" 1 against 3? The phantom and the white emissary shook their heads. Even though there were strong and weak self-release realm experts, and there were those who could fight 1 against 3, it was very rare. Those people were geniuses amongst geniuses, monstrous geniuses amongst monstrous geniuses. To put it simply, it was basically impossible to fight 1 against 3. As if thinking of something, the phantom glanced at the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman's expression was still calm, without the slightest ripple in her eyes. The phantom smiled faintly. "Miss is a smart person." His meaning was very simple. The plain-dressed woman not resisting was a very wise decision. The plain-dressed woman still didn't speak. Soon the few of them saw a grand hall. Demonic Dao Hall. Even though the demonic Dao family clans weren't the top faction in the Dao world, they were considered a super first-rate faction, and had a very great influence in the entire Dao world. Especially now, the demonic Dao family clans planned to form a marriage alliance with an emperor clan. This emperor clan was the #1 Daoist clan. Once the demonic Dao family clans formed a marriage alliance with an emperor clan, the demonic Dao family's status in the Dao world would rise once again. Soon, the phantom and the other 2 brought the plain-dressed woman into the demonic Dao hall. Inside the hall, there was only Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan looked at the plain-dressed woman. "All of you withdraw." The phantom and the other 2 quietly withdrew. Soon, the entire demonic Dao hall was sealed off. Mo Yuan looked at the plain dress woman and said with a smile, I heard that your brother and my demonic Dao family's eldest daughter are already married. Moreover, the fifth dimension's Tendo also said that if we are dissatisfied with this marriage, we can come to you. You will give us a very, very reasonable explanation. Now, I can tell you that my demonic Dao family is very dissatisfied with this marriage. Can you give me a very, very reasonable explanation? The plain dress woman looked at Mo Yuan. You want an explanation? Mo Yuan smiled. Yes. The plain dress woman took a step forward. When she took that step, a wisp of sword light suddenly appeared in front of Mo Yuan. One step and one sword. Mo Yuan narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected that the plain dress woman would make a move. However, he didn't panic at all. This was because he was confident. However, when that wisp of sword light appeared in front of him, his expression changed. What kind of sword was this? Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that the sword had already pierced through him. Between his eyebrows, Mo Yuan was stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What was going on? How could he have been pierced by this sword? This was impossible. Mo Yuan looked at the plain dress woman and said with a trembling voice, You? The plain dress woman looked at Mo Yuan. That is my explanation. One step and one sword and one death. Mo Yuan panicked. You? At this moment he was truly panicking. It should be fear. He was a peak self-release realm powerhouse. In the entire Dao world, no one could kill him in one move. No one. But this woman in front of him had done it. Moreover, that sword did not even give him a chance to fight back. What kind of strength was this? Above self-release realm. This woman in front of him was above self-release realm. At this moment, Mo Yuan was truly shocked to the extreme. Heavens, he had actually encountered a powerhouse above self-release realm. However, the other party came from the lower realm. How did she reach above self-release realm? As if he thought of something, Mo Yuan suddenly looked at the plain dress woman. You obtained the Dao scripture. You obtained the Dao scripture. You broke through to above self-release realm because of the Dao scripture. The plain dress woman did not speak. Mo Yuan was already somewhat deranged. The Great Dao's 50 heavenly evolutions, 49 mortal release realm. You have read the Dao scripture. You have read the Dao scripture, haha. The plain dress woman suddenly turned and left. At this moment, Mo Yuan stared at the plain dress woman. Did you break through to above self-release realm because of the Dao scripture? Is it? The plain dress woman stopped and turned to look at Mo Yuan. No. Mo Yuan roared. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Impossible. Without the Dao scripture, how could you reach above self-release realm? This is absolutely impossible. The plain-dressed woman was expressionless. You are so stupid. After saying that, she turned and left. Mo Yuan. At this moment, the black and white envoys and that phantom suddenly appeared in front of the plain-dressed woman. At this moment, the three of them were somewhat stunned. What was going on? Why was their family head about to die? At this moment, Mo Yuan quickly roared. Let her go. Let her go. The three of them looked at each other. At this moment, the plain-dressed woman suddenly said, I will not leave for now. Mo Yuan looked at the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman looked back at Mo Yuan. It was you who asked me to come. After saying that, she pointed a finger at the three of them. A ray of sword light appeared. The moment they saw this strand of sword light, the faces of the three people changed dramatically. They wanted to resist, but just as they had this thought in their minds, their heads had already flown off. The three of them were instantly killed. One sword strike killed 3 self-release realms. Seeing this scene, Mo Yuan in the distance was petrified. This sword strike instantly killed 3 self-release realms. Mo Yuan's mind went blank. As for the three of them, their eyes were filled with disbelief. They had died just like that? Especially the phantom. At this moment he was completely dumbfounded. What did he just invite back? Mo Yuan looked at the plain-dressed woman and said with a trembling voice, Leave, please. I beg you. The plain-dressed woman shook her head. I'm not leaving. Hearing this, Mo Yuan's expression instantly became fierce. I invite the ancestor. Summon the ancestor. Bang! A powerful aura suddenly rushed into the sky from the demonic path hall. P.S. May everything be well. Chapter 1202. Summon the Ancestor. This was Mo Yuan's final trump card. He'd wanted to ask the woman to leave, but it seemed that she didn't intend to leave. She wanted to annihilate the demon Dao family. At this time, Mo Yuan could only summon the ancestor. Could the ancestor of the demon Dao family resist this woman? He didn't know. All he knew was that he had no other way. All he knew was that the demon Dao family had fallen this time. If the ancestor of the demon Dao family couldn't resist this woman, then the demon Dao family would be finished. The plain-dressed woman walked out of the demonic path grand hall. She looked up into the horizon. In the horizon, there was a black light, and within that black light, a figure gradually condensed. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear within the black light. The middle-aged man wore black robes and had long hair that hung down his shoulders. He emanated an extremely formidable aura, and when he appeared, all the experts of the demon Dao family knelt to the ground. Bloodline suppression. At this moment, all the experts of the demon Dao family were incomparably shocked. Is this the true appearance of the bloodline of the demon Dao? Mo Yuan, who hadn't completely vanished, was shocked as well. Is this the limit of the bloodline of the demon Dao? He seemed to have thought of something, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. The bloodline of the demon Dao was so formidable that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for future generations to surpass it. However, this was still a good thing. Since the ancestor was so strong, he should be able to deal with this woman, right? In the sky, the ancestor of the demon Dao family had a blank look in his eyes. But gradually, that blank look became clear. He looked down at Mo Yuan, and he frowned when he saw the state of Mo Yuan. He turned to look at the woman in a simple dress. Her expression was calm, and there wasn't the slightest ripple in her eyes. When the ancestor of the demon Dao family saw her, his expression instantly became unprecedentedly solemn, and he said in a low voice, "Do you have some enmity with my demon Dao family?" The woman shook her head. "No." The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "Then why did you annihilate my demon Dao family?" The woman looked at the middle-aged man. "It was you who invited me here." The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he looked at Mo Yuan in the distance. Mo Yuan had an extremely bitter expression on his face. "We underestimated her." The middle-aged man understood when he heard this. The demon Dao family had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, and then he looked at the woman. "What do you intend to do now?" The woman looked at him. "All must die." They all had to die. The moment his voice fell, a wisp of sword light pierced through the surroundings. In an instant, the powerhouses of the demonic path families died one after another. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. "Can you give me some face?" The plainly dressed woman looked straight at the middle-aged man. "Who do you think you are?" The middle-aged man suddenly clenched his right fist, and he was just about to attack when a strand of sword light pierced the center of his forehead. Boom! The middle-aged man disappeared. Instant kill. Mo Yuan's face instantly turned pale when he witnessed this scene. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Even their ancestor was killed in a second? Mo Yuan looked at the plain-dressed woman and said with a trembling voice, You. The plain-dressed woman didn't speak. She walked away into the distance, and all around the demonic path great hall, heads kept flying into the sky. Seeing this, Mo Yuan was horrified. He knew that this woman really wanted to exterminate the entire demon path family. Mo Yuan suddenly looked at the plain-dressed woman and roared, My demonic path family's young miss has already married your big brother. The woman in the plain dress stopped in her tracks. She looked at Mo Yuan and said, Didn't you disagree? Mo Yuan quickly said in a trembling voice, I agree. I completely agree. From this moment onward, the patriarch of my demon path family is Demon Xiao Dao, the one who married your big brother. She is Demon Xiao Dao. The plain-dressed woman fell silent. Mo Yuan hurriedly said, Your big brother can be considered half a member of my demon path family. The plain-dressed woman gently closed her fingers. In an instant, the strand of sword light in the distance vanished. Mo Yuan instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. The plain-dressed woman turned around and walked away. I'll give face to my big brother. As soon as she finished speaking, she'd vanished into the starry sky. Mo Yuan had an extremely bitter expression on his face. He didn't even give face to the ancestor of the Demon Path family, but he gave face to her big brother, Yi Xian. Mo Yuan seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards an old man standing not too far away. This old man was the last self-release realm expert of the Demon Path family. The target of that strand of sword light just now had actually been this self-release realm expert. This time, the entire Demon Path family had lost 6 self-release realm experts. It could be said that the entire family had been wiped out. Mo Yuan looked at the old man and said, Elder Mo Zhong, in at most a quarter of an hour, I will completely vanish. You must remember every word I say next. This is related to the future of our Demon Path family. Mo Zhong nodded. The patriarch has spoken. Mo Yuan took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. That woman's strength has already surpassed the entire Dao world. But I can see that she cares deeply about her big brother, that Yi Xian. After I die, immediately send someone to receive Demon Xiao Dao, and have her come back to preside over the overall situation. She has a close relationship with that Yi Xian. We must use Yi Xian's strength to revitalize the Demon Path family. Mo Zhong nodded. All right. Mo Yuan said. 6 self-release realm experts of the Demon Path family have fallen. We are no longer a large family of the Dao world. At this time, it is very likely that we will be swallowed up by others. So, what happens next is very important. You must listen carefully and do as I say. Mo Zhong said solemnly, Sect Master, please speak. Mo Yuan looked up at the ends of the starry sky and said, The Demon Path family has lost 6 self-release realm experts. This matter will quickly spread throughout the Dao world, and in at most a quarter of an hour, an expert will forcefully enter our territory. At that time, tell the outside world that my Demon Path family has found the whereabouts of the Dao scripture, and that Dao scripture is in Yi Xian's possession. Once the Dao scripture appears, those people of the Dao world won't care about our Demon Path family. Shift the firepower. Mo Zhong hesitated for a moment and said, But in that way, we will be shifting our hatred onto Yi Xian. That woman just now. Mo Yuan said softly. There is such an expert behind Yi Xian. If those people target Yi Xian, what do you think will happen to them? Mo Zhong. Mo Yuan said. In order to prevent the imperial clans from swallowing up our Demon Path family, you must bring back Demon Xiao Dao. You can tell the outside world that Yi Xian has married Demon Xiao Dao. The imperial clans will definitely not be able to tolerate this. Even if it is for the sake of face, they will definitely target Yi Xian. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. We must direct all our hatred onto Yi Xian. Only then can our Demon Path family survive. Mo Zhong hesitated for a moment and then said, But in that way, Yi Xian and that senior. Mo Yuan said softly, I know what you are worried about. Are you afraid that she will be disgusted by what we do? Mo Zhong nodded. Mo Yuan looked at the end of the horizon. An expert like her doesn't care whether others plot against her or not. As for Yi Xian, I am already a dead man. I can't care so much anymore. In the 5-dimensional universe, Yi Xian. At this time, Mo Yuan said, If someone asks you who killed us, you say it was a mysterious expert. If they ask you what realm the other party is at, you say he is at most at the self-release realm. However, because the other party is a swordsman, he is extremely powerful. Moreover, the other party is so powerful because he has read the Dao scripture. In short, you must make them feel that they can defeat that plain-dressed woman. Moreover, the reason she left was because she was heavily injured after fighting 6 self-release realm experts by herself. That's why she left. Understand? Mo Zhong nodded. Understood. At this time, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distant horizon. Mo Yuan looked at that powerful aura, and his body became completely illusory. Mo Yuan said softly, What kind of sin has my Demon Dao family committed? Tendo. It's that fifth dimension Tendo. We have been tricked by her. Fifth dimension Tendo. When he said these words, Mo Yuan's eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. What did the fifth dimension Tendo say? She and the plain dress woman were evenly matched? Evenly matched? He even said that if the Demon Dao family had any dissatisfaction, they could go to the plain dress woman for an explanation. What kind of human speech was that? Was this even human? Was there anyone who tricked people like this? Soon, Mo Yuan disappeared with endless unwillingness. His soul was completely destroyed. The plain dress woman did not hold back with that sword, so Mo Yuan had completely disappeared from this world. Just because of the words of the fifth dimension Tendo. The super overlords that had existed in the Dao world for countless years were almost completely wiped out. Without the support of self-release realm experts, the current Demon Dao family would decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, if they were not careful, they might be eaten up by others. Because this world was very realistic. In the eyes of others, the Demon Dao family was a piece of juicy meat. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. It was the Emperor family patriarch, Di Linyuan. Di Linyuan looked around and frowned. Then he looked at Emojong not far away. What's going on? At this moment, his heart was incomparably solemn. The Demon Dao family had lost a sixth dimension self-release realm expert. Did this mean that a super expert that surpassed the self-release realm had appeared? Emojong looked at Di Linyuan and said solemnly, "We have found the whereabouts of the Dao scripture." Dao scripture. Hearing this, the Demon Dao family patriarch's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Emojong and stared at Emojong. Dao scripture? Are you joking? Emojong shook his head. Emperor family patriarch, do you think I have the mood to joke with you right now? Di Linyuan looked at Emojong. I want to know everything. Emojong nodded. He began to tell Di Linyuan what Mo Yuan had told him, after a long time. Di Linyuan turned to look at the horizon. The plain-dressed woman who has seen the Dao scripture. Interesting. His eyes flickered with excitement. Chapter 1203. Dao Scripture. At that moment, Di Linyuan was also excited. He was pleasantly surprised. Just like when Mo Yuan had first heard about the Dao Scripture. Dao Scripture. This was something that all self-release realm experts could not refuse. It could be said that the Dao Scripture was the hope of all self-release realm experts. All these years, the imperial family patriarchs had been searching for Yi Qingji, but there was no news. Now Yi Qingji had appeared. Di Linyuan suddenly smiled. Heaven is helping me. After saying that, he disappeared. At that moment, he was no longer in the mood to care about the Demon Dao family. Soon, the matter of the Demon Dao family spread throughout the Dao world. Then, when the whereabouts of the Dao scripture were spread, the entire Dao world was boiling. Dao scripture. The Dao scripture had actually appeared. That was the supreme divine item of the Dao world. However, when many people learned that the Dao scripture was in the five-dimensional universe, they immediately felt despair. They could not even go down to the six-dimensional universe, let alone the five-dimensional universe. The cosmos barrier wasn't a joke. Only some superpowers could use some special methods to go down. Ordinary people did not have that ability. In the Dao world, there were 5 major powers: the Divine Court, the Imperial Family, the Immortal Pavilion, the Dao Village, and the former Demon Dao family. Of course, there were only 4 major powers left. The moment they learned of the whereabouts of the Dao scripture, the 4 major powers suddenly ordered all the experts outside to be recalled. A Dao scripture caused the entire calm Dao world to boil up. In the 6-dimensional universe. On this day, the One Hall Master once again came to the Tendo's residence. The 6-dimensional Tendo was still playing the guqin. Playing the guqin, reading books, and raising fish. This was the 6-dimensional Tendo's daily routine. She was living a carefree life. In the pavilion, the One Hall Master said in a deep voice, I received news that the Dao world's legendary divine item, the Dao scripture, might be in Yixian's study. Dao scripture. The 6-dimensional Tendo, who was playing the guqin, stopped and looked at Wenjiarua. Are you sure? Wenjiarua nodded. It should be true. The reason that woman is so powerful might be related to the Tao scripture. The six-dimensional Tendo shook her head. No. When Jarua looked at the six-dimensional Tendo. What do you mean? The sixth-dimension Tendo said softly. That woman's strength might be due to herself. This is what I feel. When Jarua said solemnly, without the scripture, she would never have reached that level. The sixth-dimension Tendo looked at When Jarua. We can't achieve it, but it doesn't mean others can't. When Jarua was silent, the sixth-dimension Tendo asked again, what are your plans? When Jarua said in a deep voice, many people are ready to make a move. The sixth-dimension Tendo shook his head. Don't move anything. The strength of that woman is beyond our imagination. When Jarua nodded. I know, but the temptation of that scripture is too great. The sixth-dimension Tendo nodded. Restrain our own people. As for others, try to persuade them if you can. If you really can't, just let them be. When Jarua nodded. All right. The sixth-dimension Tendo said. Also inform Yi Xian and let him know his current situation. When Jarua hesitated and said, I think it's better if we don't interfere. The sixth-dimension Tendo shook his head. We have already formed a good karma with him. We can expand this good karma. As she said this, she looked at When Jarua. Jarua, I have seen that woman. That woman's strength has already exceeded my understanding. I don't believe that a scripture can make a person so strong. Even if she became so strong because of the scripture, she is not someone we can provoke. When Jarua smiled. Don't worry. When she almost destroyed my United Hall, I knew that we were not her match. The sixth-dimension Tendo nodded. Those who have not seen that woman personally would not know how terrifying that woman is. Another point was that she saw disregard in that woman's eyes. Disregard for life. If it wasn't for that Yi Xian in the lower realm, that woman might have really destroyed the sixth dimension with one sword. She didn't seem to be joking. At this time, when Jarua suddenly said, the ancient temple seems to be moving too. The ancient temple. The sixth dimension Tendo turned her head and looked, saying softly, I don't care. I can't do anything. When Jarua nodded, they couldn't afford to offend Yi Xian. They also didn't want to provoke this ancient temple. As for this Tao world, they didn't want to provoke it. Now they only wanted to protect themselves. At this time, the sixth dimension Tendo suddenly got up and left. I'm going to find someone. After saying this, she disappeared. In the pavilion, when Jarua sighed softly. One wave hasn't even subsided, and another wave rises. The sixth dimension Tendo came to a starry sky. She walked to the front of a cosmic barrier. After passing through it, she reached the fifth dimension. The sixth dimension Tendo said in a deep voice, Are you there? At this time, a voice came from outside. Are you looking for me? The person who spoke was the fifth dimension Tendo Munyanyan. At this moment, Munyanyan was holding a roasted fish and gnawing on it. The sixth dimension Tendo said in a deep voice, I received news that the Tao world's supreme divine item, the Tao scripture, might be in Yi Xian's study. The fifth dimension Tendo blinked. Is that so? The sixth dimension Tendo was a little surprised. Aren't you surprised? Also, do you know what the Tao scripture is? The fifth dimension Tendo giggled. What is the Tao scripture? The sixth dimension Tendo said in a deep voice. You know, right? The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. Just pretend that I know. The sixth dimension Tendo was silent. She suddenly realized that this fifth dimension Tendo was a little mysterious. The fifth dimension Tendo suddenly said, Do you have any thoughts about the Tao scripture? The sixth dimension Tendo shook her head. No. What about you? The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. I don't either. The sixth dimension Tendo was puzzled. Don't you want that Tao scripture? The fifth dimension Tendo smiled and said, That Tao scripture belongs to someone else. Why would I want it? The sixth dimension Tendo said in a deep voice. They have discovered that the Tao scripture is in your fifth dimension. You might be in danger. The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. It's fine. The sixth dimension Tendo was a little curious. Aren't you worried at all? The fifth dimension Tendo blinked her eyes. Worried about what? The sixth dimension Tendo said in a deep voice. The Tao world and the ancient temple will target Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian is in the fifth dimension. Those people have the ability to destroy the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension Tendo shook her head and smiled. It's useless for me to worry. Don't you think so? After a moment of silence, the sixth dimension Tendo said. Are you very strong? The fifth dimension Tendo blinked her eyes. I'm not strong. I'm not strong at all. The sixth dimension Tendo shook her head. But I feel that you are very strong. The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. It must be a misconception, haha. The sixth dimension Tendo took a deep look in front of her. No matter what, take care. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. Outside the barrier of the universe, the fifth dimension Tendo gently nibbled on the grilled fish in her hand. Then she shook her head and sighed. There are really more and more troublesome things. I thought you were going to hide for the rest of your life. At this time, a voice came from behind the fifth dimension Tendo. The fifth dimension Tendo turned around and looked at the speaker. It was the little Taoist. The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. I just strolled around. Xiao Dao stared at the fifth dimension Tendo. What is going to happen? The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. Do you know about the Tao scripture? Tao scripture. Hearing this, Xiao Dao's expression changed. Of course I know. At this point, she seemed to have thought of something, and her pupils suddenly shrank. Don't tell me that there is a Tao scripture in that study room. The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao's expression became extremely grave. Tao scripture. That was what all self-release realm experts pursued. Back then, the strongest expert in the Tao world, Yi Lanting, relied on a remnant page to become the strongest expert in the Tao world. If there was an entire Tao scripture. As if thinking of something, Xiao Dao looked at the fifth dimension Tendo. The prophet is Yi Qingji who disappeared from the Tao world back then. The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. It should be. Xiao Dao said in a deep voice. What about Yi Xian? The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. What else can we do? It's nothing. Xiao Dao looked at the fifth dimension Tendo. Do you know what that Tao scripture means? Xiao Dao said with a smile. I know. Xiao Dao looked at the fifth dimension Tendo and did not speak. The fifth dimension Tendo said, don't keep thinking about me. Also, something should have happened to your demon Dao family. You must be mentally prepared. Xiao Dao frowned slightly. What do you mean? The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. As far as I know, your demon Dao family might have gone to look for the plain-dressed woman. Xiao Dao's expression froze. Looking for the plain-dressed woman? Had the demon Dao family gone mad? Xiao Dao looked at the fifth dimension Tendo. You were the one who told them to go, right? The fifth dimension Tendo quickly shook his head. I did not do it. I just told them that she is Yi Xian's little sister, and that they should not provoke her. But it seems that your demon Dao family did not listen to me. Xiao Dao sighed softly. Blame the fifth dimension Tendo? They definitely could not be blamed. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the stupidity of the demon Dao family. Looking for the plain-dressed woman? They were really tired of living. The fifth dimension Tendo suddenly said. I still have something to do, so I will take my leave first. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. Xiao Dao was stunned. She looked around and could not feel the aura of the fifth dimension Tendo at all. This woman ran away again. After a moment of silence, Xiao Dao sighed softly and turned around to leave. She did not want to care about the matters of the demon Dao family anymore. In the sixth dimension, on top of a sacred mountain, there was a very old temple. No one knew the origin of this temple. On this day, the temple's door, which had been closed for countless years, suddenly opened. Then, a woman carrying a bamboo basket walked out. The woman was wearing a cloth hat, monk robes, and a pair of straw sandals. After she walked out of the temple, she turned around and respectfully bowed to the temple. Then she walked down the mountain. Dao world. Not long after the demon Dao family's incident, the entire Dao world began to frantically search for the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman. because it was said that the plain-dressed woman had read the Tao scripture and knew the contents of the Tao scripture. Countless forces were frantically searching for the plain-dressed woman. They all hoped that they could be the first to find the plain-dressed woman who was seriously injured. Seriously injured. It was said that the injury was very serious. P.S. Recently my gums have been swollen and painful. Does anyone have any good medicine to recommend? This is really unbearable. My handsome face is swollen. I can endure the toothache, but I absolutely cannot endure it affecting my handsomeness. Chapter 1204. In truth, the experts of the sixth dimension were still very afraid of the plainly dressed woman. This was a super expert that had killed a sixth dimension self-release realm expert. How terrifying was this kind of person? But there were still many factions that went to search for the plainly dressed woman, because it was said that she had been heavily injured after fighting against the sixth dimension super experts of the Demon Path clan. Heavily injured. One could imagine how heavily injured she would be if she fought against 6 self-release realm experts. Without a doubt, the plainly dressed woman was definitely very, very weak. Perhaps a half-step self-release realm expert would be able to kill her. In the entire 6th dimension, not only some old factions, but even some small factions were madly searching for the plainly dressed woman. Tao scriptures. That woman had read Tao scriptures. Just as countless experts of the 6th dimension were searching for the plainly dressed woman, the Demon Path clan had quietly disappeared. At the same time, the Demon Path clan's Emojong left the 6th dimension and headed for the 5th dimension. 5th dimension. Yi Xian didn't know that something big had happened in the 6th dimension. He was cultivating every day and then sparring with Lanxiu, Xiaoqi, and the others. It had to be said that during this period of time, the entire 5th dimension had undergone earth-shattering changes. Because with the help of the spirit of dark race and other large factions, more and more talented experts were breaking through. Moreover, the 5th dimension was madly searching for those talented people. In the past, many people had talent but didn't have the opportunity. Now Yi Xian had given them this opportunity. As long as you had talent, worked hard enough, and didn't have a bad personality, the 5th dimension would provide you with free cultivation resources. Not only that, there were also countless super experts to guide you. Although the 5th dimension didn't have any self-release realm experts, there were more and more half-step self-release realm experts, especially the origin-shattering realm and void-shattering realms. The overall strength of the 5th dimension couldn't be compared to the past. In a certain void, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand. Facing him was Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi looked at Yi Xian. The move you used just now is called sword sense? Yi Xian nodded. Xiaoqi said in a low voice, "What is sword sense?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "This is our belief in the sword doctrine." With our belief, Xiaoqi suddenly said, "I understand." Yi Xian. 7 suddenly sheathed his sword. "I need to go into seclusion for a few days. At that time, I will fight you one-on-one." With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Understood just like that? I'm not done yet. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. She's very special. Yi Xian turned around and saw that it was Audiobook and Situ. Yi Xian looked at Audiobook. "Senior sister. Why do you say that?" Just as Audiobook was about to speak, Situ suddenly said, "She has a trace of reincarnation on her. I think she isn't her." Yi Xian was silent. He understood what Situ meant. However, he didn't want to think too much about it. In his opinion, Xiaoqi was Xiaoqi. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Xian reined in his thoughts and looked at Audiobook. "Speaking of which, senior sister, can you guys defeat a self-release realm expert?" Self-release realm. He knew that the 2 girls in front of him were only half-step to the peak stage of the self-release tier. Audiobook picked up the wine gourd at her waist and took a big gulp, then said, "If I can't challenge someone of a higher tier, what kind of swordsman is that?" Yi Xian gave a thumbs up. "Senior sister is fierce." As she spoke, she looked at Situ. Situ snickered. "Whether I can defeat a self-release tier or not, I don't know, but I know that I can defeat you." Yi Xian smiled and didn't speak. Not to mention, he really wasn't afraid of Situ. because his cultivation level was already at the Shattering Void tier, and with Xiao Ta, he himself wasn't afraid of a self-released tier elite. Especially Xiao Ta. He hadn't used the power of this thing until now. At this time, Audiobook suddenly said, "You want to take the whole 5th dimension to resist the 5th dimension tribulation?" Yixian nodded. "Gather the power of the 5th dimension." Audiobook was silent. Yixian smiled and said, "Senior sister, do you have any thoughts?" Audiobook said softly, "If the 5th dimension tribulation really appears, ordinary people won't be able to do anything." Yixian said solemnly, "I have an idea." Audiobook and Sita looked at Yixian. Yixian smiled and said, "It's just an idea. I don't know if I can be sure. Anyway, when everyone's strength has increased, I'm prepared to give it a try." Audiobook looked at Yixian. "Let's wait and see." After saying so, she picked up the wine gourd and took a big gulp. Yixian smiled, and then said, "Senior sister Miss Situ, I might need your help at that time." These two people before him could be said to be the two strongest people in the 5th dimension apart from the Tendo. He already knew. As for whether there were any hidden elites in the 5th dimension, he didn't know. Audiobook nodded. "Just call us when there's a fight." Yixian suddenly asked, "Can you summon your ancestors?" Audiobook looked at Yixian. "Why are you asking about this?" Yixian smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm just asking." Audiobook said, "Grandmaster once left behind an item, but none of us have been able to open it." Yixian blinked his eyes. "Can you give it to me?" The two women looked at Yixian, and Yixian said seriously, "I'm also a descendant of the banished Immortals Island." Audiobook looked at Yixian, "And no one can compare to your shamelessness." After saying so, she turned around and left. Sita looked at Yixian and said, "It's not shamelessness at all, it's shamelessness. I admire you." After saying so, she also turned around and left. Yixian was speechless. On this day, an old man suddenly came to the Tendo pawn shop. This person was Mo Zhong. Xiao Dao looked at Mo Zhong in front of him, and did not speak. Mo Zhong quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Missy." Xiao Dao said calmly, "I'm not your Missy." Mo Zhong smiled bitterly and said, "The demonic Dao family is gone." Xiao Dao frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean?" Demon Ancestor sighed softly, and said, "The family went to find that plain-dressed woman and invited her back to the demonic Dao family." "Fools!" Xiao Dao suddenly shouted angrily and said, "You really are fools." Mo Zhong nodded and said, "This time our demonic Dao family was extremely stupid." Xiao Dao said solemnly and said, "What was the result?" Mo Zhong said solemnly, and said, "Apart from me, all the self-release realm experts were killed. Apart from that, most of the experts in the family were killed by her." Xiao Dao looked at Mo Zhong and said, "Why did they let you go?" Mo Zhong hesitated for a moment, and then said, "The family had agreed to your marriage with Yixian, and then he said that Yixian is half a member of our demonic Dao family." Xiao Dao's eyes slowly closed. As expected, that woman would only give face to Yixian. Besides Yixian, that woman would not give face to anyone else. Mo Zhong said in a low voice, "Missy, before the family died, they said that from this moment onwards, you are the family head of the demonic Dao family." Xiao Dao sneered and said, "You want to use me to use that Yixian?" Mo Zhong's smile became even more bitter, and he said, "We only hope to survive and preserve a trace of the demonic Dao family's inheritance." As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Dao and said, "Missy, only you can carry the banner of our demonic Dao family's revival." Xiao Dao shook her head, and she said, "I have no relationship with the demonic Dao family anymore." Mo Zhong was anxious in his heart, and he hurriedly said, "Missy, I know you hate the family for treating you like that in the past. It was the family's fault, but now..." As he spoke, he smiled bitterly and said, "Now that the family is like this, if no one carries it, then everyone in the demonic Dao family might die. You should know that the Dao world is crueler than any other place." Xiao Dao said indifferently, "That has nothing to do with me." Mo Zhong hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Missy." Xiao Dao looked at Mo Zhong, and then she said, "I can't save the demonic Dao family." Mo Zhong said bitterly, "If Missy doesn't do anything, then the demonic Dao family will be reduced to a subsidiary family of someone else. At that time, the fate of everyone in the demonic Dao family will be in the hands of someone else. Xiao Dao fell silent. Mo Zhong wanted to say something, but a voice suddenly sounded out from outside the door. Why is it your demonic Dao family again? Mo Zhong turned to look, and a man walked in. The person who came was Yi Xian. Mo Zhong glanced at Yi Xian, and he said, "You are?" Xiao Dao suddenly said, "He is Yi Xian." Yi Xian. Mo Zhong was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, "So it is young Master Yi." "No, it should be young Master Yi." "Young Master?" Yi Xian was stunned. "Xiao Dao." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao, a little confused. This demonic Dao family called him young master? What was going on? Xiao Dao looked at Mo Zhong. "Don't talk nonsense." Mo Zhong hurriedly said, "I won't talk nonsense. The family has already agreed to the two of you being together. Young Master Yi is my demonic Dao family's young master. This is a fact that no one can change." Yi Xian's expression became a little strange. "Young master? What the hell?" Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Dao suddenly said, "I said I won't care about the demonic Dao family's matters. You can leave." Mo Zhong's expression became a little awkward. He hesitated for a moment, and then he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young Master Yi, please persuade Miss." Yi Xian smiled. "Persuade her for what? Your demonic Dao family was very unfriendly when they came here before." Mo Zhong said in a deep voice, "They're already dead." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Mo Zhong glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, "Young Master Yi doesn't know what's in that study?" Yi Xian was even more stunned when he heard this. "Do you know what's in that study?" Mo Zhong said in a low voice. Supposedly, the prophet was the Dao world's Yi Qingji, and the number one divine treasure of the Dao world, the Dao scripture, was in that study. The Dao scripture. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. The prophet was that Yi Qingji? Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, "It should be. His ancestor was an extraordinary expert called Yi Lanting. She was extremely strong, and she was publicly acknowledged as the number one expert in the Dao world. She was the first expert to attain the self-release realm. The reason she was able to attain the self-release realm was because of a damaged page of the Dao scripture. He broke through to the self-release realm before the age of 20, so the people of the Dao world believed that the complete Dao scripture was in his hands. Thus, countless experts joined forces to annihilate the Yi family, but Yi Qingji vanished." As she spoke, she paused for a moment, and then she said, "If the prophet was really Yi Qingji, and if the Dao scripture really is in that study, then I can take responsibility and tell you that those self-release realm experts of the Dao world will fight you to the death." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1205. It had to be said that Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Prophet. At this moment, he thought of the karma prophet that the ponytailed woman had told him about. He had 3 great karmas on him. It was clear that the karma prophet had come. In fact, when he came to the 5th dimension, the karma prophet had already started. Yi family. Hearing Xiao Dao's words, Yi Xian roughly understood the situation. Yi Qing knew that this was the true identity of the prophet, and the other party had taken away the 5th dimension treasure, the Dao scripture. Now that the book was in his hands, this meant that the 5th dimension expert definitely believed that the Dao scripture was in his hands. However, whether the book had the Dao scripture or not, he really did not know. Of course, the main problem now was that he had one more enemy. All the self-release realm experts in the entire Dao world. Yi Xian shook his head. Was he really a person condemned by heaven? He had not even left the 5th dimension, and he already had another group of super experts as enemies. Xiao Dao suddenly said, "You seem to be very vexed." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. "What do you think?" Xiao Dao said calmly, "I'll tell you a piece of good news. They believe that the plain dress woman has seen the Dao scripture. They are now searching for her all over the world." Yi Xian. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "Are you happy now?" Yi Xian said gravely, "Will she be in danger?" Xiao Dao did not speak, but Mo Zhong suddenly said with a bitter smile, "What is young Master Yi saying? How could that senior be in danger? He had personally seen the terrifying strength of the plain-dressed woman. Killing self-release realm experts was like killing chickens. Even the ancestor of the demonic path clan had not been able to block her sword. Would she be in danger? The Dao world should be in danger. Xiao Dao also said. Rather than worrying about her, you should worry more about yourself. When they realize how terrifying she is, they will wake up. When they wake up, who do you think they will look for? Yi Xian pointed at himself. Me. Xiao Dao nodded. Congratulations, you got it right. Yi Xian smiled and said, let's do it then. Now he had come to terms with it. There were a lot of enemies anyway, so a few more wouldn't make a difference. There was no need to worry about too many debts. In any case, he would not pay them back. There was nothing to be afraid of having too many enemies. After all, they might not be able to defeat them. At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly looked at Emozhong. How many powerhouses do the demonic path families have left? Emozhong said solemnly, I am the only self-release realm. Other than me, there should be around 30 who are half a step into self-release realm. There should be around a few hundred returning to origin-breaking realm. The reason there were so many left was naturally because the simple-dressed woman didn't slaughter them. In addition, there was another reason, and that was that not all the powerhouses of the demonic path families were in the demonic path main hall. A large portion of them were outside. If they were all in the demonic path grand hall, and this plainly dressed woman didn't show any mercy, then the entire demonic path family clan would be exterminated. Hearing Emozhong's words, Yi Xian's eyelids jumped up. This demonic path family clan was a bit terrifying. Soon his face darkened. If a fiend Dao family was already so terrifying, would the other forces in the Dao world be inferior? Damn it! Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but burn with anger. Although he didn't leave the fifth dimension, his enemies would come. Not far away, Xiao Dao's face was a little gloomy. Although the core strength of the demonic path families hadn't been lost, without a high-level self-release realm powerhouse suppressing them, it didn't matter how many core strengths they had. In the Dao world, the number of self-release realm experts determined a family's status. But now the demonic path families no longer had any status. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian before turning to look at Emozhong. As the head of the family, will anyone listen to me? Emozhong hurriedly said. Of course. Don't worry, young Mississippi. If anyone in the family dares to object, the old man will personally twist off their head. It could be said that the current demon Xiao Dao was the only hope of the demon Dao families. Xiao Dao nodded. Good. From now on, I am the patriarch of the demon Dao families. Emozhong instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. At the beginning, he had truly been afraid. If Xiao Dao didn't take over the demon Dao families, then the demon Dao families could only become the subsidiary families of others. Because only in this way could the demon Dao families survive. But if they did that, then it would be difficult for the demon Dao families to rise again. If they became the subsidiary families of others, then they would be suppressed in secret. Because this was what the demon Dao families did. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. I want the demon Dao families to join the Fifth Dimension Alliance. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, Are you sure? Xiao Dao nodded. Emozhong wanted to say something but hesitated. At this time, Xiao Dao looked at him and sent him a voice transmission. The greatest backing of the Fifth Dimension Alliance is that woman. Emozhong hurriedly nodded. Good. If our demon Dao families can join the Fifth Dimension Alliance, then that would be our honor. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Xiao Dao, don't blame me for not reminding you. As you said before, my enemies might come from the entire Dao world. If you and I form an alliance, then your demon Dao families. Little Daoist looked at Yi Xian. I have a selfish motive. That is, we are in an alliance. However, we will not announce it to the public. However, the demon clan will do everything they can to help you in secret. Whether it is facing the experts of the Dao world, or when you go to the Dao world in the future, we will always stand by your side. What do you think? Yi Xian nodded. All right. Having a demon Dao family join them was naturally an extremely good thing for the Fifth Dimension Alliance. Xiao Dao nodded. Then I will return to the Dao world with him. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly pointed with his fingers, and a white jade bottle appeared in front of Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. What is this? Yi Xian smiled. This is my blood. Perhaps it will be useful to you. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and then opened the white jade bottle. When he saw the blood, Emo Zhong's complexion immediately changed. At this moment, he was incomparably shocked. Bloodline power. The bloodline power of his demon Dao family was extraordinary. It could be said that in the entire Dao world, only the bloodline of the emperor clans could suppress them. But at this moment, when he saw Yi Xian's bloodline, he could see how extraordinary it was. Yi Xian's bloodline power was even more tyrannical and formidable than the bloodline of his demon Dao family. Emo Zhong deeply looked at Yi Xian. Was this fellow the reincarnation of some almighty? Even if he wasn't the reincarnation of some almighty, his ancestor must have been an extremely terrifying super almighty. Xiao Dao put away the white jade bottle and then said, "Goodbye." After saying that, she looked at Emo Zhong. "Let's go." Emo Zhong nodded. He looked at Yi Xian and bowed slightly. "Son-in-law, take care." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao shook her head slightly and didn't explain anything. She didn't want to explain either. She knew that she had to rely on Yi Xian to suppress all the people from the demon Dao family. Soon, Xiao Dao and Emo Zhong disappeared from the pawnshop. In the pawnshop, Yi Xian looked at the scene and suddenly sighed. He was still somewhat reluctant to part with Xiao Dao. He really treated her as a very good friend. At this moment, he thought of many people. Dao world. Fifth dimension tribulation. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the burden on his body was very heavy. When Xiao Dao and Emo Zhong arrived at a starry sky, a woman suddenly blocked in front of them. Tendo. Emo Zhong looked at Tendo, his eyes filled with wariness. Tendo took out a stick of Tonghulu and licked it. Then she looked at Xiao Dao. "You're going to be the patriarch?" Xiao Dao calmly said, "Yes." Tian Dao laughed and said, "Do you hate me?" Xiao Dao was silent. It had to be said that the demon Dao family's current situation was greatly related to this woman. Was this woman a demon? She instigated others to find this plain-dressed woman. And the demon Dao family still went to find her. AI. Xiao Dao shook her head. "Why would I hate you?" She didn't have the qualifications to blame Tendo. This was completely the demon Dao family's fault. Tendo smiled. "It's not a good time for you to go back now." Xiao Dao spoke in a low voice. "I'll go back and manage the demon Dao family. It'll be of help to him." Emo Zhong's eyelids twitched. Why does my young miss seem to be siding with an outsider? Heavenly Dao laughed and said, "You're right." As she spoke, she blinked and said, "I've calculated with my fingers. You'll have a difficult time going to the Dao world. I have a plan that can keep you safe. Do you want to hear it?" Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. "What are you trying to say?" Tendo smiled. "I've calculated what's going to happen next. Didn't you run away from your marriage? Do you think that the imperial family will let you go? They won't. Especially when your demon Dao family is weak now. So once you go up there, the man from the imperial family who wants to marry you will definitely come looking for you. He'll definitely cause trouble for you because of face. You and your demon Dao family are completely unable to resist him, right?" Xiao Dao's face sank. Emo Zhong's face was extremely gloomy as well. He'd almost forgotten about this matter. Xiao Dao suddenly said, "What plan?" Tendo said seriously, "This plan is to use a man's so-called pride to divert his hatred." Xiao Dao frowned. "What do you mean?" Tendo said seriously, "If he comes looking for you, tell him that Yi Xian is very outstanding, very, very outstanding, and he's the #1 person in the younger generation." As she spoke, she licked the candied fruit and continued, "So long as you say that, if he's a person with strength and intelligence, he'll definitely want to compete with Yi Xian and defeat Yi Xian with his own hands. Then, he'll come looking for you and tell you that your judgment is really bad. If he's an idiot, he'll definitely charge down and kill Yi Xian immediately. In any case, no matter what, he'll only come looking for Yi Xian. Because a man can't stand a woman talking about how outstanding another man is in front of him. He'll prove to you that he's better than Yi Xian. So he'll definitely come looking for Yi Xian. This way, your troubles will be temporarily resolved. Emotion. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and didn't say anything. Tendo continued. After you go up, if you don't want the Demon Dao family to have more troubles, you have to tell those self-release experts that the Dao scripture is indeed in Yi Xian's hands. Moreover, Yi Xian is about to break through to self-release. If they don't come looking for Yi Xian quickly, Yi Xian will become invincible with the help of the Dao scripture. This way, they won't have the mood to care about your Demon Dao family, and you can lead the Demon Dao family to recover. Xiao Dao said in a low voice. Is it really good to treat him like this? Tendo blinked, feeling sorry for him. Xiao Dao. Tendo smiled and said. Don't feel sorry for him, his life is very tough, it's hard for him to die under normal circumstances. Yi Xian. Xiao Dao suddenly walked in front of Tendo and hugged Tendo. She whispered into Tendo's ear. Big sister, there are many times when I feel that you're even scarier than the plain-dress woman. The plain-dress woman doesn't play tricks when she kills, but when you kill, you play tricks. P.S. I recommend a book written by Zongheng Great God, Glorious Sun and Moon. It's in Zongheng. Those who like history, you can take a look. You definitely won't be disappointed. After growing wisdom teeth, I've been in so much pain for the past 2 days that I feel dizzy. Writing 2 chapters in 2 days. I really can't take it anymore. I'm going to the hospital to have my teeth pulled out. Chapter 1206. Playing dirty. Xiao Dao was a little afraid of the Tendo in front of her, but she knew that this woman had no intention of harming her. Otherwise, she would have been long gone. Thinking of this, Xiao Dao said, Thank you for your guidance and help, thank you. After saying that, she and Emotion disappeared into the starry sky. In the field, the 5th dimension Tendo licked her sugar-coated haws and shook her head with a smile. At this time, a voice came from beside her. Are you helping her? The 5th dimension Tendo rolled her eyes. Am I that bad in your heart? The voice said softly. You were before. The 5th dimension Tendo. The voice said again. There is one thing I don't understand. You want this universe to survive, but why don't you hide in the dark and let Yi Xian fight to the death with those experts? The 5th dimension Tendo said with a smile. Because those people are likely to destroy the entire 5th dimension. The voice said in a deep voice. If you take action, can you stop them from destroying the 5th dimension? The 5th dimension Tendo shook her head with a smile. You don't understand. The voice said. That's why I asked. The 5th dimension Tendo said with a smile. Yi Xian is someone from the 5th dimension. He has no evil intentions towards this universe. Based on this, I should stand on his side, understand? The voice said again. But I feel that you are not completely on his side. The 5th dimension Tendo said with a smile. People's hearts are fickle. However, I don't think this guy will change so easily. Although he is very slippery, his temperament is still very good. As she said that, she looked up at the depths of the starry sky. That woman is going to deal with more powerful people. The current her has no time to care about him. Without her suppression, this universe is really a bit dangerous. Especially Yi Xian, that troublemaker. The voice said. You can let him leave the 5th dimension. The 5th dimension Tendo shook her head. He is the person I chose. I can't let him leave like this. The voice asked again. Why don't you do what you want to do yourself? Tendo shook his head helplessly. I've thought about it before, but you've seen it for yourself. Those people always think that I'm harming them, and they want to defy the heavens at every turn. To be honest, I have never done anything to let down the common people in my life. There were also some people who were even funnier, saying that the Tendo was heartless. Please, it was their own sin, yet they were blaming me for being heartless. Was there still any law? Was there any justice in this world? Also, when some people encounter difficulties, they like to say that fate is unfair, the heavens are unfair. Actually, I really want to say to them, screw your grandmother, I don't even know you. What does your miserable fate have to do with me? You're blaming me for your own problems. With that said, she shook her head again. Really, it's too difficult for me. The voice. Tendo licked the tonghulu and continued. I remember there was a person in the past who said something that made countless human cultivators boil. He said, if people don't obey me, I'll kill them. If the heavens don't kill me, I'll slaughter the heavens. The voice said. And then, Tendo said indifferently, I sent a bolt of divine lightning to him. Then he couldn't resist it and turned into ashes. The voice. Tendo shook her head and sighed. Many humans have a bad temper and are very arrogant, but they don't have the strength. If they don't have the strength, can't they have a little temper? With that said, she looked to the right. Look at me when I faced the plain-dressed woman. Didn't I have a temper at all? The voice said in a deep voice. You really can't beat her? Tiandao blinked. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about my abilities? Or do you have some misunderstanding about her strength? The voice said. I think you're very powerful. Tendo smiled. It's just SOSO. The voice said in a deep voice. Even you can't beat that woman. Tendo nodded. I can't beat her. No one in the sixth dimension can beat her, and no one in the Tao world can beat her. Perhaps only the person she is looking for can fight her. The voice said who? Tendo said with a light smile. The biggest karma of Yi Xian. The voice said in a deep voice. Is that karma very big? Tendo nodded. Very, very big. If it wasn't for the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man suppressing him, I really don't know what the fate of Yi Xian would be like. He definitely wouldn't die, but his life's fate should be a different scenery. The voice said. You can investigate. Tiandao rolled his eyes. Investigate my A*S. I don't have nothing better to do. However, I'm really a bit curious. The voice urged. Why don't you investigate? Tendo shook her head. There's no point in investigating. Let nature take its course. In fact, the prophet's karma isn't simple. However, he chose the wrong person. No, in terms of karma, he deliberately chose Yi Xian. However, he underestimated the strength of the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man from the lower realm. He couldn't suppress the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man, so he was suppressed by them. But no matter what, he and Yi Xian. In any case, there's only Yi Xian now, there's no prophet. The voice said. Can you tell me more details? Tendo said with a smile. Samsara has never defeated someone with backing. It's that simple. That voice. Tendo said again, no matter. Although he killed the prophet, the karma of the prophet has fallen on him. Now he's in big trouble. Saying that, she looked around. I have to hide for a while to avoid the limelight. After saying that, she turned around and slipped away. The voice said, You're so powerful. What are you afraid of? Tendo said with a smile, Unless you're invincible, don't let others know how powerful you are. This way, you can always pretend to be weak and eat the tiger. Understand? That voice. After Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan, he went straight to Guanyin. In the room, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Things might change again. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. What's wrong? Yi Xian said with a smile. I have some more enemies. Upon hearing that, Guanyin frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yi Xian told her about the Tao world. Guanyin's face was gloomy. After a moment of silence, she looked at Yi Xian. Don't tell me you want to hand over the study house? Yi Xian shook his head. I can't hand it over. Upon hearing that, Guanyin's expression relaxed. Indeed, you can't hand it over. This thing might really be able to resist the fifth dimension tribulation. If you hand it over, many people in the fifth dimension will die. No, at least 99% of them will die. Yi Xian nodded. But the problem now is that the Tao world might come looking for trouble with us. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. What about her? This her naturally referred to the plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, She's in the Tao world. I don't know what she's doing. Also, we can't place all our hopes on her. Guanyin said. What do you think? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, It's impossible for too many experts from the Tao world to come to our fifth dimension. It's the same as the sixth dimension. If they want to come down, they must pass through the barrier of the cosmos. In other words, there won't be many of them. But those that can come down are definitely very strong. at least half-step self-release or first release. Currently, half-step self-release realm experts aren't a threat to us. The greatest threat to us are first release realm experts. First release realm. Guanyin fell silent. The current fifth dimension didn't even have a single first release realm expert. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. We must have the ability to kill first release realm experts. I have an idea, and that is to construct an array. This array can be used to defend against the fifth dimension tribulation, and can also be used to deal with people outside the fifth dimension. Guanyin said in a deep voice, "Tell me." Yi Xian said, "I'll construct a super array, the kind that can gather the power of all the experts in the fifth dimension. Then, I'll be the eye of the array and gather the power of all living beings. I'll deal with the fifth dimension tribulation, and the super experts outside the fifth dimension." Guanyin frowned. "That's not very realistic. Even with this kind of array, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand." After saying this, she suddenly stopped. Who had the strongest corporeal body in the entire fifth dimension? It was definitely Yi Xian. Yi Xian's corporeal body had already reached a very abnormal level. If there really was such an array, then perhaps only Yi Xian would be able to withstand such a powerful force. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. "This is the method I thought of to deal with the fifth dimension tribulation. If that study room is useless, then what do we do? Therefore, we must have the ability to resist the fifth dimension tribulation. If we don't use this method, then those ordinary people can only wait for death. Besides, if we don't use this method, then what's the point of all of us becoming stronger? My idea is very simple. All the living beings in the fifth dimension will unite together. If the fifth dimension tribulation comes, then we'll fight it. If the Tao realm comes, then we'll fight the Tao realm." Guanyin looked at Yi Xian for a moment, then said, "Come." Once she finished speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared at the door of the room. Guanyin said, "Send my order. Gather all the array masters and spirit array masters in the fifth dimension. In any case, as long as there are people with special abilities, summon them to Shaman City. Also, notify the leaders of the ancient race, the sacred temple, the Wu clan, the celestial race, and all the other forces to come to Shaman City. Tell them that there's something important to discuss with them." The shadow nodded slightly, then quietly left. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. "Next, we need to consider two things. First, where should we build the array? And second, the supply of spiritual energy. That kind of array will definitely use up a lot of spiritual energy. That's why we must prepare enough spiritual energy." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "We'll build the array in the galaxy. We'll use the galaxy as the array, because I can devour the power of the stars." Guanyin suddenly asked, "Besides devouring the power of the stars, what else can you devour?" Yi Xian said, "Sword energy, aura of death, fire energy, ice energy, wood energy. In any case, I can devour all the power of the 5 elements. I can also devour most of the things that aren't part of the 5 elements." Guanyin looked at Yi Xian, as if she was looking at a monster. Guanyin stopped thinking. "I understand. I'll ask someone to gather all the power of the 5 elements in the galaxy," Yi Xian said in a low voice. "This might be very troublesome and difficult." Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. "You don't have to worry about this. I'll handle it well. You just need to tell me what to do with the spiritual energy." Yi Xian smiled. "Ask Xiaolinger to help. There are a few spirits following her." Guanyin shook his head. "That's not enough," Yi Xian quickly said. "Then ask her to continue looking for spirits." Guanyin frowned. "Those spirits are not easy to get in touch with." Yi Xian quickly said, "Ask Xiaolinger to fool them. She knows how to fool them." Guanyin. Chapter 1207. Xiaoling. Guanyin's expression became a bit strange. She also felt a bit of a headache when it came to that Xiaoling. She didn't know where this little fellow learned it from, but he was very strange and had a lot of little tricks up his sleeves, giving her a headache. Yi Xian smiled and said, "The spiritual qi shouldn't be a big problem. The main problem now is the array. To build such a large array is definitely not a simple matter, and this array needs to be strong enough." Guanyin nodded. Leave this matter to me. Yi Xian glanced at Guan Yin and nodded. All right. Guan Yin looked at Yi Xian. There are 2 more things you need to do now. First, you need to become stronger, at least half-step self-release. If you reach half-step self-release realm experts shouldn't pose any threat to you. Second, I need you to contact the 6th dimension. Contact the 6th dimension? Yi Xian asked. Join forces with them? Guan Yin nodded. Yes, but I think it might be a bit difficult. Because they might not become enemies with the Tao world. To them, the best choice is to wait and see. But you are a bit special, so you can go find them and contact them. If it was anyone else, the 6th dimension would definitely not give them face, but it might give Yi Xian face. Yi Xian thought about it and then nodded. All right. I'll go now. Guan Yin nodded. Yi Xian got up and left. Only Guan Yin was left in the room. At this moment, an old man appeared behind Guan Yin. A complicated look flashed in Guan Yin's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Strictly speaking, she had a grudge with Yi Xian. The Spirit Yin tribe's leader had died tragically, and countless experts had died because of Yi Xian. But she knew that she couldn't take revenge. If she chose to take revenge, even more people would die. Not only was she unable to take revenge, but she also had to help Yi Xian now. Because only Yi Xian could lead the spirits of 9 Yin to continue forward. The old man behind Guan Yin spoke softly. Little girl, you're even more suitable to be the patriarch than Guan Sheng. Guan Yin shook his head. Teacher, we have no other choice. The old man nodded. I know. Actually, we shouldn't have offended this person in the first place. This person's natural talent is too terrifying. Especially the person behind him. He isn't someone our Spirit of Yin tribe can afford to offend. Guan Yin nodded. We can only let go of our hatred and fight against the 5th dimension tribulation together with him, as well as the enemies outside the 5th dimension. The old man asked softly. Can you let it go? Guan Yin shook his head. I can't let it go, but I can only let it go. I'm worried that the spirits of 9 Yin will disappear. The old man was silent. For now, not to mention the woman in a simple dress, even Yi Xian had the ability to annihilate the entire spirit of Yin. It must be known that the 2 from the banished immortal island were with Yi Xian. In addition, behind Yi Xian was the super expert from the Templar Arrow sect. Guan Yin suddenly stood up. Teacher, help me do something. Summon all the array masters and spirit array masters. They have to come even if they don't want to. The old man nodded and left quietly. Guan Yin walked out of the room and looked at the horizon. She took a deep breath and grinned. Since some things couldn't be changed, then she should face them with a smile. After Yi Xian left the Wu clan, he arrived in front of the 6th Cosmos Barrier. On the other side of the Cosmos Barrier was Li Chunfeng. And beside Li Chunfeng was a woman. This woman was Wenjiarua. Wenjiarua smiled. Young Master Yi, nice to meet you. Yi Xian smiled. Temple Master 1, nice to meet you. Wenjiarua said, Young Master Yi, we have received news that the ancient temple has sent experts to the lower realm. You have to be careful. Yi Xian frowned. Ancient temple? Wenjiarua nodded. Our 6th dimension is a very mysterious force. It is said that the prophet... No, it should be Yi Qingji who escaped into the ancient temple from the Tao world, and then escaped from the ancient temple. In short, the prophet has an unclear relationship with the ancient temple. The people they sent must be looking for you. Yi Xian shook his head. The prophet had a lot of troubles. At this moment, Wenjiarua suddenly said, Young Master Yi, what's the matter? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Miss Wen, can we join forces? Wenjiarua was silent. Join forces? To be honest, the 6th dimension didn't want to join forces with Yi Xian. They didn't want to be involved in that vortex because there was no benefit. They didn't want to offend Yi Xian, but they also didn't want to be enemies with the Tao world. At this moment, Yi Xian said with a smile, Let me put it another way. I want to ask you for some help. Is that okay? The corners of Wenjiarua's mouth raised slightly. Sure. It was just providing some help and sowing good karma. The 6th dimension was very willing to do that. Wenjiarua said again, I wonder what help young Master Yi needs. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I need some array masters, spirit array masters, and alchemists. I also need blacksmiths. In addition, I also want to borrow some spiritual items and spirit veins from the 6th dimension. Wen Jiahua said with a smile. I wonder what we can get. Yi Xian said with a smile. In the future, if I open the study room and there is a Tao scripture inside, I am willing to share it with Miss Wen. Hearing this, Wen Jiahua's pupils suddenly shrank. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. I'm sure. Tao scripture? He really didn't care much about it. He was a sword cultivator, not a scripture cultivator. As a swordsman, the one he should trust the most was himself. He knew very well that the strength of the plainly dressed woman and the others was definitely not because they cultivated some divine item. If a person was strong because of external things, then he was not truly strong. Moreover, even if this Tao scripture was really heaven-defying, he didn't mind showing it to others. Of course, it was to his friends and those who had helped him. Wen Jiahua looked at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian said with a smile. Of course, the premise is that it really exists inside. If it really exists, I don't mind sharing it with Miss Wen and the 6th dimension's Tendo. I am a man of my word. Miss Wen said with a smile. Young Master Yi, do you know the value of that Tao scripture? Yi Xian said with a smile. I don't know and I don't want to know. However, as I said, if the 6th dimension is willing to help me, I can share it with Miss Wen. I, Yi Xian, am a man of my word. Wen Jiahua looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile. I believe you. After saying that, she turned to look at Li Chunfeng beside her. Make the arrangements. Li Chunfeng nodded slightly and was about to leave when Wen Jiahua suddenly said, have some people in the 1 hall leave as well. Li Chunfeng nodded. Understood. Wen Jiahua looked at Yi Xian. I can only provide soft help. Young Master Yi, do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian nodded. Understood. This is enough. Wen Jiahua nodded. Young Master Yi, take care. If there is any news, I will have someone inform you. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Thank you. Wen Jiahua nodded, turned around and left. Yi Xian looked at the cosmic barrier in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he said with a smile. Ancient Temple, Tao World. Come, let's have fun together. After saying that, he turned around and left. 6th Dimension Universe. After Xiao Dao and Mo Zhong returned to the demonic Dao family, Xiao Dao immediately began to reorganize. The current demonic Dao family could be said to be a mess. There were many things that needed her to deal with. On this day, a man suddenly came to the demonic Dao family. This person was the super genius of the Emperor clan, Di Yan. He was also the marriage partner of Xiao Dao. Behind Di Yan there were 3 self-release realm experts. This lineup was enough to destroy the demonic Dao family. In front of the demonic Dao hall, Di Yan sized up Xiao Dao and said with a smile, Miss Xiao Dao, it seems like you haven't been doing well these past few years. Xiao Dao nodded. Yes, but I don't regret it. Because I met him. Di Yan narrowed his eyes. Him? Xiao Dao looked at Di Yan. Yi Xian, the number 1 genius of the 5th dimension since ancient times. Number 1 genius? Di Yan was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. His laughter was unbridled. Xiao Dao calmly said, If you meet him you will know how weak you are. Di Yan smiled. Is that so? Xiao Dao looked straight at Di Yan. Any monstrous genius would be overshadowed in front of him. Mo Zhong's expression was slightly strange when he heard this. Miss, is it really okay for you to trick the son-in-law like this? Di Yan laughed and then he said, Xiao Dao, I'm really getting more and more interested. This won't do. I have to go see this genius you speak of. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon with the 3 self-release realm experts. Xiao Dao fell silent when she saw this. The Tendo had guessed it right again. This woman was simply a demon. As if she'd thought of something, she looked up into the sky and said softly, I'm sorry. These words were naturally directed at Yi Xian, who was in the 5th dimension. She didn't want to trick Yi Xian, but she noticed that if she didn't use this move, then she might be in great trouble. So she had no choice but to trick Yi Xian. As if he knew what Xiao Dao was thinking, Mo Zhong suddenly smiled and said, Miss, don't think too much about it. As the young Mrs. Man, it's only natural for the young miss to take care of some things for the young miss. Moreover, the young miss is a sentimental person. If he finds out, he will definitely take the initiative to take care of these things for the young miss. Xiao Dao didn't say anything, but the guilt in her heart grew. Because she wasn't his woman. When she thought up to this point, she couldn't bear to do it. Right at this moment, Mo Zhong suddenly said, Miss, there's news that someone has found the woman in a plain dress. Xiao Dao frowned slightly. Who? Mo Zhong said solemnly, the emperor family. Xiao Dao was stunned, and then she said, Congratulations, they won the grand prize. Mo Zhong was speechless. In the depths of the starry sky, the woman in a plain dress was walking slowly. For some unknown reason, she'd suddenly slowed down. She gazed into the distance, and her gaze was extremely far away. No one knew what she'd seen, but a cold smile had curled up on the corners of her mouth. Her smile was very cold, and the starry sky seemed like an icehouse at this moment. She was very angry. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared not too far away from the woman in a plain dress. It was the patriarch of the emperor family, Di Linyuan. Di Linyuan had his hands behind his back, and there was a trace of a smile on his face as he gazed at the woman in a plain dress. I'm probably the first person to find you. The woman withdrew her gaze from the starry sky, and she gazed at Di Linyuan with an expressionless face. Di Linyuan stared fixedly at her. You've read the Taoist scriptures, right? The woman didn't speak. Di Linyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. What are you thinking? Are you trying to escape? If that's the case, then I advise you to give up on that stupid idea. Because if I'm not wrong, you should be heavily injured right now. Do you think you're a match for me right now? P.S. A fellow once recommended that I put a few Sichuan peppers in my toothache. Do you know how I am right now? Chapter 1208. In the starry sky, the plain-dressed woman was silent, thinking about something. Di Linyuan stared at the plain-dressed woman. Is the Tao scripture in your hands? Tao scripture. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for a self-release realm expert to appear in a place like the fifth dimension. The woman in front of him had definitely seen the Tao scripture that Yi Qingji had brought down. Tao scripture. Thinking of this Tao scripture, Di Linyuan's patience gradually disappeared. He was already impatient to obtain the Tao scripture. The plain-dressed woman suddenly looked at Di Linyuan. The latter narrowed his eyes. I advise you not to attack. At this time, the plain-dressed woman took a step forward. Chi. In an instant, Di Linyuan's head flew out. One step was one sword. One sword was one life. The moment Di Linyuan's head flew out, his eyes widened in disbelief. Dead. He was dead? Di Linyuan was truly stunned. He did not even see how the plain-dressed woman had attacked. What kind of strength was this? Not self-release realm. At this moment, he knew that the woman in front of him was not at the self-release realm. Unfortunately, he knew it too late. Di Linyuan's eyes gradually became hazy. Was this above self-release realm? In this life, he had sought to break through and reach the legendary self-release realm. He wanted to see the scenery above self-release realm. Unfortunately, he had never seen it before because in the entire history of the Tao world, there had never been a powerhouse above self-release realm. But now he saw it. Above self-release realm was actually this strong. Soon Di Linyuan's eyes lost their color, and the plain-dressed woman had already disappeared into the starry sky. Not long after she disappeared, Di Linyuan's corpse also disappeared without a trace. His soul was destroyed. That sword had directly erased Di Linyuan. No one knew that such a peerless powerhouse had disappeared without a trace. At the end of the starry sky, the plain-dressed woman arrived in front of a cosmic barrier. This was the end of the Tao world. The plain-dressed woman looked at the cosmos barrier in front of her expressionlessly. At this moment, a voice came from beside her. You are the plain-dressed woman that everyone is looking for. The woman in the plain dress didn't turn her head. About 100 feet to her right, there was a little girl standing there. The little girl was about 15 or 16 years old. She had a long braid and wore a white dress that was as white as snow. In her left hand, she held a sheathed saber, looking very cool. The plain-clothed woman did not answer the little girl. The little girl suddenly said, "I want to fight with you." The plain-dressed woman looked at the little girl. The little girl raised an eyebrow. "Can I?" The plainly dressed woman shook her head. "No." The little girl frowned. "Why?" The plainly dressed woman was expressionless. "I'm afraid I'll beat you to death." The little girl was stunned, and then she smiled and said, "I'm at the self-release realm. A 16-year-old self-release realm. If someone from the Tao world was here, he would definitely be shocked." This was because the person in front of him was Chen Yaoni, who was known as the most monstrous genius in the history of the Tao world. No one had ever done it before. Even the #1 genius of the Tao world, Yi Qingji, was not as good as Chen Yaoni, because when Yi Qingji reached the self-release realm, he was already in his 20s. But she was different. She was only 16 years old. There was a saying in the Tao world, Chen Yaoni was born a demon. The plain-dressed woman didn't say a word. She just stared at the cosmos barrier in front of her. After passing through here, he would be even further away from him. She was still worried. At this time, Chen Yaoni said, "I can feel that you are much stronger than my grandfather." The plain-clothed woman still did not speak. Just as Chen Yaoni was about to speak, the woman in the plain dress suddenly said, "My brother will be here soon. Help me pass a message to him." Chen Yaoni blinked and said, "What is it?" The plain-dressed woman looked at Chen Yaoni and said, "Just say that I'm waiting for him above the clouds." Chen Yaoni said in a low voice, "You're so powerful. Why didn't you tell him yourself?" The plain-dressed woman said softly, "I'm afraid that once I speak to him, I won't be able to bear to leave." This was the reason why she had slowed down during this period of time. She knew that she should let go and let Yixian walk his own path. But she was reluctant. In the distance, Chen Yaoni nodded. "What's your brother's name?" The plain-dressed woman said, "Yixian." Chen Yaoni smiled and said, "If he comes here, I'll pass your message to him." As she spoke, she grabbed the blade at her waist and said, "I want to fight you." The plain-dressed woman looked at Chen Yaoni and said, "You think that self-release realm experts are very strong?" Chen Yaoni's brows raised up slightly. "Of course." The plain-dressed woman looked at Chen Yaoni and said, "You haven't attained self-release." Chen Yaoni frowned. "Impossible. I've already attained self-release." The plain-dressed woman suddenly pointed to the right. Chi. A wisp of sword light silently pressed against the space between Chen Yaoni's eyebrows. Chen Yaoni was stunned. The plain-dressed woman did not speak again as she walked into the distance. The wisp of sword light between Chen Yaoni's eyebrows quietly disappeared. Chen Yaoni suddenly said with a trembling voice, "Am I really not at self-release?" The plain-dressed woman stopped in her tracks and said, "Only by escaping the Tao and becoming that one, can you be called self-release. You are still within the Tao." Chen Yaoni looked at the plain-dressed woman and said, "That means that our Tao world self-release realm experts are all fake." The plain-dressed woman did not speak again as she walked in front of the cosmos barrier. She gently swiped her finger, and in an instant, the cosmos barrier split apart. Seeing this, Chen Yaoni's expression instantly changed. This was the cosmos barrier. Throughout history, no one had been able to break this unknown cosmos barrier. But now this woman in front of her had done it so easily. The plain-dressed woman walked towards the split cosmos barrier. Meanwhile, an ancient and heavy sigh resounded from within the cosmos barrier. "Isn't it good to be alive?" The voice seemed to be very close yet very far at the same time. Moreover, it carried an extremely overbearing and penetrating force, so it was impossible to avoid hearing it. The plain-dressed woman glanced at the depths of the cosmos barrier with an expressionless face. "Please kill me." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure had vanished within the cosmos barrier. The cosmos barrier healed. Chen Qi's face was covered in bewilderment. She entered just like that? She hesitated for a moment, walked over to the cosmos barrier, and then drew her saber and slashed. This saber strike shook the world. However, when it struck the cosmos barrier, it wasn't damaged at all, whereas Chen Yaoni was blasted 3 kilometers back. Moreover, as soon as she stopped, the space in an area of 30 kilometers behind her collapsed, and a wisp of blood seeped out of her mouth. Chen Yaoni was slightly stunned. Is it so terrifying? But just now, that woman had cut it open so easily. Chen Yaoni looked at her own saber. Was it because her saber wasn't sharp enough? After a long time, Chen Yaoni calmed down. At this moment, she completely believed the plain-dressed woman's words. Self-release realm. Fake. Chen Yaoni looked at the distant cosmos barrier. Barrier. Gradually, a look of determination appeared in her eyes. This cosmos barrier was Chen Yaoni's life goal. Yi Xian. As she thought of this, Chen Yaoni turned around and ran. She had to tell her grandfather that he couldn't provoke that man. The experts of the fifth dimension were still searching for the plain-dressed woman, but no one could find her. It was worth mentioning that the patriarch of the Emperor clan, Di Linyuan, had disappeared. As a result, many people guessed that Di Linyuan had found the plain-dressed woman, killed her, and seized the Dao scripture demonic Dao Hall. Inside the hall, Emo Zhong said in a deep voice, "Young Miss Di Linyuan has disappeared." Xiao Dao said softly, "He's dead." Emo Zhong nodded. He and Xiao Dao had the same thought. If Di Linyuan had really found the plain-dressed woman, there would only be one result, and that was death. That woman had killed a sixth-dimension super self-release realm expert in an instant. How could Di Linyuan be her opponent? Xiao Dao suddenly said, "Is there a rumor outside that Di Linyuan has obtained the Dao scripture?" Emo Zhong nodded. "Yes." Xiao Dao said softly, "Send someone out and add fuel to the fire. Say that Di Linyuan has obtained the Dao scripture and is secretly breaking through." Emo Zhong looked at Xiao Dao and nodded. "Okay." Once he finished speaking, he was about to leave when Xiao Dao said, "Don't let others know that it was us who did it." Emo Zhong nodded. "I will personally take care of this." Once he finished speaking, he left. Xiao Dao slowly closed her eyes. "You have to speed up. I can only buy you a little bit of time." She knew that what Yi Xian lacked the most was time. Not only did Yi Xian have to deal with the fifth dimension calamity, he also had to deal with the ancient temple. Soon, once the people of the Dao world found out that Di Linyuan had died, and they couldn't find the plain-dressed woman, they would definitely go find Yi Xian. Therefore, there wasn't much time left for Yi Xian. In the fifth dimension, under Guan Yin's call, all the fifth dimension's array masters and spirit array masters came to Shaman City. Not only that, a few array masters and spirit array masters from the sixth dimension also came. There were more than 1,000 people. There was only one goal for these people, and that was to build a super array formation. With Guan Yin's propaganda, everyone knew that the fifth dimension calamity was about to arrive. Under such circumstances, the fifth dimension could be said to be unprecedentedly united. Humans were like this. Most of the time, they were more ruthless than anyone else when it came to killing each other, but most of the time, they were the most united race. Yi Xian did not stay idle either. During this period of time, he had been madly practicing the Dao laws. The World Prison Tower, and the Dao laws in it could be said to be one of his strongest trump cards. He had to practice them well. Besides this, Guanyin also found many powerful warriors to help Yi Xian strengthen his physical body. In Guanyin's words, Yi Xian's physical body was not enough. Because once the array formation was completed, it had to use Yi Xian as its core. If Yi Xian's core could not handle it, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Therefore, Yi Xian's physical body had to be strong enough. It had to help Yi Xian strengthen his physical body. For a period of time, the entire fifth dimension could be said to be very busy. While everyone in the fifth dimension was busy, a woman quietly came to the Dao world. At the exit of the Dao world's cosmic barrier, the cosmic barrier there suddenly split open, and a woman suddenly walked out. The person who came was none other than the fifth dimension's Tendo. The fifth dimension's Tendo looked around and smiled. "Dao world, I'm here." Chapter 1209. In the five-dimensional universe. In a large hall, more than 1,000 people gathered to discuss. These people were all array masters and spiritual array masters. They were all array masters from the entire five-dimensional universe. Among them, array masters from various eras were gathered here. Everyone only had one goal, and that was to research a super array, the 5-dimensional Great Array. Yi Xian was among them. Because he was the Array I, he was the core of the Great Array. Therefore, many problems were related to him. Therefore, he would take time out every day to discuss with everyone. In the hall, everyone was surrounding an old man. This old man's name was Li Zhentian. Li Zhentian was an array master sent by the 6th dimension's Wenjiao. In terms of array Dao, he could be said to be the highest. Now, when it came to array Dao, he was the boss. At this moment, Li Zhentian suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, can we talk alone? Yi Xian smiled. Of course. Li Zhentian and Yi Xian came outside the hall. Li Zhentian's face was a little solemn. Young Master Yi, do you really want to use yourself as the Array I? Yi Xian looked at Li Zhentian. Old Li, is there a problem? Li Zhentian nodded. To be honest, I already have the Great Array in mind. It can be said that once this array is completed, it will definitely be the strongest in the 5th dimension and the 6th dimension. This is because we have gathered all the power of the 5th dimension to build this array. However, there is a big problem. This array is extremely powerful, so powerful that I can't even imagine it. As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid you can't withstand the power of the Great Array. Yi Xian asked, can I not be the Array I? Li Zhentian nodded. Yes, but the power will be a lot less. In the past generations of array formations, using the heaven and earth as the Array I and humans as the Array I is the strongest. Because that way, the array will be alive. Yi Xian smiled and said, I think I can handle it. Li Zhentian looked at Yi Xian. Once the formation is activated, not only does it require a strong body, but it also requires a strong soul to support it. Young Master Yi, I can tell you very seriously that it is not a joke. If you are not careful, young Master Yi, your soul will be destroyed. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before pulling Li Zhentian to the side and taking out a sword. Seeing this sword, Li Zhentian was stunned, and then he said in shock, this sword aura contains the great Tao of heaven and earth. Could it be related to the 5th dimension Tendo? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Li Zhentian was shocked. He gave this sword to you. Yi Xian nodded. With this sword in hand, the world is mine. Li Zhentian smiled and said, Old man understands. With that, he turned around and left. Tendo sword. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Xian could borrow the power of heaven and earth to help when necessary. The power of heaven and earth was something that only the heavenly Tao could achieve. Simply put, Yi Xian having this sword was equivalent to using heaven and earth as the core of the array. In this case, coupled with Yi Xian's own body, he could completely withstand the power of the array. In the field, Yi Xian looked at the Tendo sword in his hand and remained silent. This was given to him by the Tendo sword, but he rarely used it. Tendo sword. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian looked up at the starry sky and said softly, I wonder where that woman went to harm people again. He was a little in awe of the 5th dimension Tendo. He respected her because she had helped him too much. He feared that this woman was too terrifying. If she became his enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. But fortunately, this woman was on his side. At this time, Guanyin appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said, the 6th dimension has sent an expert who specializes in body cultivation. Yi Xian hurriedly said, quickly take me to see him. Guanyin nodded her head. Not long after, Guanyin brought Yi Xian to a large hall. Inside the hall stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was tall and sturdy. His arms were like pillars. At a glance, one could tell that he was filled with explosive power. The middle-aged man cupped his fist towards Yi Xian and said, Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior can call me Yi Xian. The two words young master Yi don't sound good. The middle-aged man laughed and said, all right. With that, he walked in front of Yi Xian and punched Yi Xian's chest. Bang. Yi Xian retreated several zhang, but nothing happened to him. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian's body and clicked his tongue in wonder. Young Master Yi's body is really strong. Even in the 6th dimension, your body is at the top. Yi Xian said seriously, Senior, is there any way to improve my body? The middle-aged man walked in front of Yi Xian, sized up Yixian, and then said in a deep voice, "Young Master Ye's body can be said to have reached a perfect state. However, I still have a small suggestion that might be helpful to young Master Yi." Yixian hurriedly said, "Please speak frankly, senior." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "External objects." Yixian frowned. "External objects? What do you mean?" The middle-aged man said seriously, "Young Master Yi, your body has almost reached its peak. If you want to break through again, forgive me for being blunt, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. In this case, we can only seek external objects to forge a perfect armor that suits your body." "Armor?" Yixian blinked, and then took out the Human King shield. "What do you think of this?" The middle-aged man sized up the Human King shield and shook his head. "Although this item is of the highest quality, it's not enough. It's not worthy of young Master Ye's body. I suggest that we gather all the blacksmiths in the 5th and 6th dimension, and gather all the power in the 5th dimension to forge a unique super armor." Yixian looked at Guanyin. Guanyin nodded. "It's feasible. This is the blacksmith," Yixian said with a smile. "I know someone." Guanyin looked at Yixian. Yixian smiled. "I'll go invite him now." After saying that, he turned and ran. Not long later, Yixian found the mutated beast scripture. It was worth mentioning that the mutated beast scripture had also reached the origin returning realm breaker realm. This was because she was also a target for nurturing. Yixian directly entered the mutated beast scripture's world. Soon, he found the old blacksmith who had forged the turbid dragon armor for him. The old blacksmith glanced at Yixian and smiled. "Kid, you've improved very quickly." Yixian smiled. "Senior, how have you been?" The old blacksmith said calmly. "Let's get down to business. You definitely didn't come to me to ask how I'm doing." "Yixian," the old blacksmith suddenly said, "what treasure do you want to forge?" Yixian said seriously, "Yes. Junior wants to forge the best armor since ancient times. After thinking about it, Junior feels that only Senior has this ability." The old blacksmith said solemnly, "Kid forged the best armor since ancient times?" Yixian nodded. "Can I?" The old blacksmith said proudly, "As long as you have the materials, I can forge anything for you." Yixian said solemnly, "What materials do you want, Senior?" The old blacksmith smiled. "Can you find any materials I want?" Yixian nodded. "I'll do my best." The old blacksmith suddenly said, "Give me your humanoid king shield." Yixian didn't hesitate, and directly passed the humanoid king shield to the old blacksmith. The old blacksmith sized up the shield in his hand and said, "This item can't keep up with you anymore. I want to forge it again." Yixian hurriedly asked, "Forge it again?" The old blacksmith nodded. "Yes." As he spoke, he looked at Yixian. "I need a lot of precious materials. How abnormal this item will be in the future will depend on how many materials you can provide." Yixian smiled. "I'll do my best." The old blacksmith turned and walked into the straw hut. After a while, he came out again and handed a piece of paper to Yixian. "Everything I want is on it." Yixian glanced at the paper. There were hundreds of materials on it. He had heard of some of them, seen some of them, but most of them he had never heard of. Yixian put away the paper and said, "Senior, I'll ask someone to look for them. Do you want to return to Shaman City with me? I'll ask someone to help you." The old blacksmith said flatly, "Are you looking down on me?" Yixian quickly said, "No, I just want to find someone to help you." The old blacksmith said, "You just need to look for the materials. I don't need anyone's help." Yixian hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right." As he finished speaking, he turned and left. He could only choose to trust the old man with iron sword. As he watched Yixian leave, the old blacksmith said softly, "This little guy is going further and further away." After Yixian returned to the Wu clan, he found Guanyin and handed the paper to Guanyin. Guanyin glanced at it and soon she frowned. Yixian asked, "What's wrong?" Guanyin said in a low voice, "I've never heard of many of the materials on it." As she spoke, she looked at Yixian. "The person you're looking for is either a deity or a liar." Yixian smiled. "He should be a deity." Guanyin nodded. I'll ask someone to look for him. If there's no one in the five-dimensional universe, Yi Xian said, contact Senior Li Chenfeng. He will help us. Guanyin suddenly said. They're helping you not only because of the plain-dressed woman, right? Yi Xian smiled. I promised them that if there's a Dao scripture in the study room, I'll lend it to them. Dao scripture. Guanyin narrowed her eyes. Are you serious? Dao scripture. She naturally knew about it because Yi Xian had already told her about the Dao world. Yi Xian smiled. Do I look like I'm joking? Guanyin was silent. Yi Xian suddenly said. Miss Guan, if you're interested, I can lend it to you in the future. Of course, the premise is that there's one inside. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian smiled. I'm serious. As he finished speaking, he turned and left. In the room, Guanyin was silent. She knew that Yi Xian was not joking. Although this man was usually joking, he was more serious than anyone else when he was serious. What was worth mentioning was that he really didn't say anything to his own people. As if she thought of something, Guanyin shook her head and smiled bitterly. The spirit tribe wanted the study room so badly. Why did they have to snatch it? Since Yi Xian was so easy to talk to, wouldn't they have everything if they became friends with him? Why go to all this trouble? After a while, Guanyin turned and left. After leaving the room, there was a smile on her face. In the clouds above the Wu clan, a woman in a monk's robe looked down quietly. She had been here for many days. She did not make a move because she found that there were a lot of people down there. P.S. It's useless to eat pepper if you have a toothache. Eat chili peppers. Fight poison with poison. There's only spiciness, no pain. Chapter 12:10. Within the room, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Sword cognition. During this period of time, he suddenly discovered something. His sword cognition seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. What was the reason? Yi Xian pondered. The change in his sword cognition was definitely related to himself. Sword Dao faith. What was his sword Dao faith in the past? To protect his little sister, to protect his friends. What about now? Now there was a fifth dimension. Thinking of this, Yi Xian frowned. Could it be because of this? Did his sword Dao faith change because of his thoughts? Yi Xian got up and walked to the door. He looked into the distance. In the distant hall, thousands of array masters were studying the new formation. Other than these array masters, there were also countless blacksmiths and alchemists working frantically. Everyone only had one goal, to resist the fifth dimension calamity. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt the burden on his body become heavier, because everyone in the fifth dimension was following him. In the past, he was only protecting one person, but now he was protecting an entire universe. Thinking of this, the sword in his hand suddenly trembled. Executing Heaven Sword. Yi Xian looked at the Executing Heaven Sword in his hand. The Executing Heaven Sword trembled, as if it was expressing something. Yi Xian smiled and said, I also don't know why I suddenly became so great. Saying this, he turned and left. Now his next goal was the Origin Returning Realm Piercing Realm. Only when he reached the Origin Returning Realm Piercing Realm would he have 100% confidence in killing self-release realm experts. He knew that before long, countless self-release realm experts would come looking for him. He, Yi Xian, had never lacked enemies. And some of his enemies had appeared out of nowhere, even to him. However, his mentality had already changed. For words, do it and be done. Ah, Yi Xian, don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble. Sixth dimension. It had to be said that during this period of time, the sixth dimension had helped the fifth dimension greatly. Although the sixth dimension did not explicitly announce its cooperation with the fifth dimension, if the fifth dimension wanted people, it would give them people. Of course, when Jiahua did this not only because she wanted to befriend Yi Xian, but also because of Yi Xian's promise. If it was someone else who promised to share the Dao scriptures, she wouldn't believe it. But Yi Xian, she believed it. According to her investigation, Yi Xian was very principled. In the pavilion, when Jiahua once again found the sixth dimension Tendo, when Jiahua said softly, the fifth dimension is developing very quickly. The sixth dimension Tendo smiled and asked, "Are you afraid that they will surpass us?" When Jarwa nodded, the development of the fifth dimension was too fast. She hadn't expected this at all. Of course, she didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to unite the fifth dimension and spirit realm to such an extent. This fellow was too good at bluffing. Most importantly, the current development of the fifth dimension could only be described as terrifying. If this continued, surpassing the sixth dimension might not be a difficult matter. The sixth dimension Tendo suddenly said, "Their enemy is the fifth dimension tribulation." When Jarua asked, "What about after the fifth dimension tribulation?" The sixth dimension Tendo smiled and said, "Are you worried that their target is the sixth dimension?" When Jarua nodded, the sixth dimension Tendo shook her head. No. If he had chosen to come to the sixth dimension, he could have done so a long time ago. But he didn't do so. It's obvious that he wants to change the fifth dimension. When Jarua shook her head, now that there is a crisis, everyone is united with him. But once the crisis is resolved, there will definitely be all kinds of problems and contradictions among them. The sixth dimension Tendo said softly, "That will depend on whether Yi Xian has the means to do so or not." When Jarua was silent, the sixth dimension Tendo suddenly said, "Is there any news from the Dao world?" When Jarua said, "It's said that the patriarch of the demonic path family has disappeared." The sixth dimension Tendo said softly, "He's definitely dead." As she said this, she glanced at the starry sky. The tragic Dao world. She had seen that woman before, so she knew how powerful that woman was. Looking for that woman? Wasn't that courting death? Dao world. On this day, countless experts gathered at the Emperor clan. Because in the Dao world, everyone believed that the Emperor clan's Di Linyuan had obtained the Dao scripture. Around the Emperor clan, dozens of powerful auras were hidden. None of these auras were lower than the self-release realm. Clearly, everyone had discussed this beforehand. In the sky above the Emperor clan stood an old man. This person was the God Palace's Pope, one of the strongest experts of the Dao world. In fact, he hadn't appeared in the world for thousands of years. But this time he had appeared. Because the Dao scripture had appeared. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly walked in front of the Pope. He looked at him with a complicated expression. "Your Holiness." The Pope was expressionless. "Do you know why I've come?" The white-haired old man said in a low voice. "Your Holiness, we also don't know the whereabouts of the Patriarch." The Pope looked at the white-haired old man. The temperature suddenly dropped. The white-haired old man's expression didn't change. "We really can't find the Patriarch." As he spoke, he looked at the Pope. "Your Holiness, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if the Patriarch has really obtained the Dao scripture, then it's very likely that he won't return to the Emperor clan. Because he knows what he'll face if he does. Of course, I think there's another possibility, and that is that he found the plain dress woman, but he lost." The Pope fell silent, because he'd thought of these two possibilities before coming here. After all, the plain dress woman had annihilated a six-dimensional self-release realm expert of the Demon Path clan. With such strength, it wasn't impossible for Di Linyuan to die at her hands. Even if Di Linyuan had obtained the Dao scripture, it was very likely that he wouldn't return. The Emperor clan was truly insignificant before the Dao scripture. The white-haired old man said, "To tell you the truth, we've already used all methods to search for the Patriarch, but we haven't found any information. Your Holiness, the rumors in the outside world say that the Patriarch has obtained the Dao scripture and is cultivating it in seclusion. This might be true, but it might also be false. It's also possible that some people are plotting against our Emperor clan. I hope your Holiness can be enlightened." In the past, the Emperor clan wouldn't fear the God Palace. But now, the Emperor clan had no choice but to compromise, because the slightest mistake could lead to their extinction. He knew very well that these people would do anything for the Dao scripture. After a moment of silence, the Pope said, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly." With that, he turned and left. In the surroundings, the hidden experts also quietly disappeared. Seeing this, the white-haired old man let out a sigh of relief. If these people were to attack together, even the Emperor clan wouldn't be able to stop them. As if thinking of something, the white-haired old man suddenly turned his head. Investigate the rumors that the sect master has obtained the Tao scripture. In the distance, a figure quietly retreated. The white-haired old man looked into the distance and softly said, "Someone wants to harm our Emperor clan." In the starry sky, the Pope was slowly walking. Beside him followed a middle-aged man. This person was the Immortal Pavilion's pavilion master, Jiang Yu. The Pope suddenly said, "Brother Jiang, do you think that Di Linyuan is alive or dead?" Jiang Yu smiled. "He's dead." The Pope chuckled. "Why do you think so?" Jiang Yu softly said, "How can Di Linyuan deal with someone who can kill 6 self-release experts in such a short time?" The Pope nodded. "He's also not someone we can deal with. Unless," Jiang Yu said, "gang up. If we fight with numbers, we might have a chance." The Pope suddenly said, "Actually, why do we need to look for her?" Jiang Yu looked at the Pope. The Pope softly said, "She might have only seen the Tao scripture, but that Yixian definitely has the Tao scripture. Why don't we directly look for him?" Jiang Yu shook his head. The 5-dimensional universe. The wall of the universe. That was a rather troublesome matter for the Tao realm. The Pope suddenly said, "The wall of the universe is not a difficult matter for you and me, is it?" Jiang Yu was silent. The Pope continued, "Since we already know that the plain-dressed woman is so powerful, there's no need to look for her. She's so powerful. If we look for her, even if we defeat her, the price we'll have to pay would be extremely heavy. However, this Yixian shouldn't be as powerful as the plain-dressed woman, right?" Jiang Yu nodded. "That's reasonable. However, at present, we need to find out whether that Di Linyuan has the Tao scripture or not. If the Tao scripture is really in his hands, and we go to look for Yixian, wouldn't that be giving Di Linyuan an advantage?" The Pope nodded. "This matter must be made clear. However, we can't ignore that Yixian either. According to what I know, the ancient temple has already begun to move against Yixian. We can't let the ancient temple beat us to it." The ancient temple. Hearing this, Jiang Yu frowned slightly. The Tao realm actually didn't know much about this ancient temple in the 6th dimension. They only knew that it was a very mysterious force. Jiang Yu suddenly asked, "What's the strength of that Yixian?" The Pope said, "Shattering void tear." "Shattering void tear," Jiang Yu said in a low voice. "Should we send one of them?" The two of them didn't want to go down. In their opinion, the Tao scripture was most likely in the hands of the plain-dressed woman or Di Linyuan. Whoever went down would most likely suffer a great loss. The Pope glanced at Jiang Yu and said, "I'm afraid one person won't be enough. How about we each send one person down?" Jiang Yu smiled. Okay. He naturally understood the Pope's meaning. If Yixian really had the Tao scripture, and they sent one person down, whose person would go down? 2 people going down was exactly what both sides wanted. The Pope turned his head and looked around. He said softly, "Pass down my order. Search for that plain-dressed woman and Di Linyuan." In the surroundings, countless elites quietly retreated. On the other side of the starry sky, a woman walked slowly. In the woman's hand was a small roasted golden fish. This woman was the 5th dimension Tendo. She had already been in the Tao realm for a few days. There hadn't been any changes in the Tao realm. After walking for a while, Mu Niannian came to a small river. She walked along the river, and at the end of the river, there was a bamboo building. She walked to the bamboo building and said with a smile, "Hey, I've come to see you." At this time, a small head popped out from the bamboo building. It was a woman. The woman was about 16 or 17 years old, and she was devastatingly beautiful. Seeing the 5th dimension Tendo, the woman's eyes instantly lit up. The next moment, she appeared in front of Mu Niannian and hugged Mu Niannian. "Nian, where have you been all these years? I've missed you so much." The 5th dimension Tendo said with a smile, "I've been busy." The woman looked at the 5th dimension Tendo and said with a smile, "Busy with what?" The 5th dimension Tendo smiled and said, "I've come to find you this time because I want to take you to a place. Do you want to go?" The woman blinked. Where? The fifth dimension, Tendo said with a smile. A very fun place. The woman hesitated and said, but I'm the Tendo of this universe. Mu Niannian smiled and said, the people of this world don't treat you well, so I'll change places for you. The woman was still somewhat hesitant. But there are many spirits following me. The corners of Mu Niannian's mouth curled up slightly. Bring them along. The woman suddenly asked, why are you suddenly changing places for me? Is something going to happen? Mu Niannian smiled and said, silly girl, the people of this world are too powerful. If you're discovered by them here, you'll be enslaved at any time. Understand? The woman hesitated and said, changing places might be the same. Mu Niannian shook his head. There's a human in the place I found for you. He'll protect you well, so don't even think about it. Take your spirit and follow me. Let the humans have fun in the Tao realm. Chapter 12:11. In front of the bamboo house, the woman was silent. She trusted Mu Niannian a lot, because Mu Niannian was the one who saved her. If not for Mu Niannian, she would have been enslaved by humans. However, she was still a little reluctant to leave this world. Mu Niannian held the woman's hand and said softly, you don't owe this world anything. The woman lowered her head slightly. Mu Niannian smiled and said, how about this? When the time is right, I'll have that person bring you here. Don't worry, at that time, with him here, no one in this universe will dare to harm you. The woman looked at Mu Niannian. Is that person a good person? Mu Niannian smiled. He can be considered a good person. In any case, he won't bully you. Moreover, if you follow him, you might have a fortuitous encounter. The woman was curious. What fortuitous encounter? Mu Niannian said softly, he knows a little white fellow. That little fellow is the spirit ancestor. If you meet her in the future, she will change your fate. The woman hurriedly said, what about you? She can help you too, right? Mu Niannian shook her head. I can't. The woman was puzzled. Why? Mu Niannian smiled. Because I'm too strong. The woman blinked. That's amazing. Mu Niannian laughed heartily. Get ready, bring those spirits by your side. The woman nodded. Okay. With that, she turned and left. Mu Niannian gently nibbled on the fish in her hand. Then she looked around and smiled. I will bring your Tendo away. You guys play by yourselves. A bunch of fellows who don't know how to cherish their Tendo. Soon, the woman and Mu Niannian disappeared from the attic. After the two women disappeared, the attic also disappeared without a trace. In the starry sky, the woman hugged Mu Niannian's hand. Niannian, you are also a Tendo, right? Mu Niannian nodded. Yes. The woman felt a little helpless. Why are you so powerful, but I'm so weak? Mu Niannian smiled and said, because I'm studying. Whatever humans know, I know. Whatever humans don't know, I know. Let me tell you a secret. Not only do I study in the fifth dimension, but I also study in the sixth dimension and the Tao world. What everyone knows, I know. What everyone doesn't know, I know too. The woman blinked. Can I learn too? Mu Niannian smiled and said, of course. I have a study room. You can study in my study room when the time comes. The woman suddenly asked again. You've learned so much. Aren't you invincible? Mu Niannian blinked and shook his head. No. The woman was stunned. There's someone stronger than you? Mu Niannian nodded. Yes. The woman asked. How powerful are you exactly? The corner of Mu Niannian's mouth lifted slightly. Under 3 swords, I am invincible. The woman was stunned. Mu Niannian suddenly laughed. I'm just bragging, haha. In a short while, the spirit chi in the entire Tao world suddenly underwent a huge change. The spirit chi in the Tao world was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Some places that originally had less spirit chi were directly gone. The entire Tao world was shocked. What had happened? Several major forces were also shocked, but they did not investigate this matter at the moment. They only had eyes for the Tao scripture. When Mu Niannian passed through the 6th dimension with the Tao world's Tao spirit, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man was bald, dressed in monk robes, and wore a string of black prayer beads. Moon Yin smiled and said, "What's the matter?" The old man put his palms together and bowed slightly. "Hello, Miss Mu." Moon Yin smiled and said, "Hello, Master." The old man smiled bitterly and said, "Miss Mu, you made us suffer." Moon Yin blinked his eyes. "I didn't do anything." The old man sighed softly. "Miss Mu, Yi Qing tricked us. You know that?" Moon Yin nodded. "Yes. But now he is no longer here." The old man shook his head. "Yi Xian is here." Moon Yin smiled and said, "Master, you should know that this Yi Xian is not Yi Qingji. Yi Qingji was such a monstrous person, but because he schemed against him, his soul was destroyed." The old man was silent. Moon Yin smiled and said, "Master, your ancient temple is very particular about karma. Let me ask you, do you have the confidence to bear the karma of Yi Xian?" The old man looked at Moon Yin and said, "Whether it is the Tao scripture or the Buddhist scripture, my ancient temple wants them both." Moon Yin shrugged and said, "Then you can go fight Yi Xian. I don't care." The old man said softly, "Miss Mu, you are the most terrifying person in the fifth dimension. We don't want to be enemies with you." Moon Yin blinked and said, "I also don't want to be enemies with you." The old man shook his head and said, "But we know that you have been secretly helping Yi Xian." Moon Yin smiled and said, "I really didn't." The old man looked at Moon Yin and said, "Miss Tendo, we want you to stay here for a while." Moon Yin smiled and said, "You want to imprison me here?" The old man said softly, "We just want you to stay here for a while." Moon Yin smiled and said, "What if I don't agree?" The old man put his palms together and said, "Then I can only offend you." With that, the surrounding space started to distort. Moon Yin smiled, and then he said, "Farewell." With that, she pulled the woman beside her and took a step forward. With that step, she and the Tao world Tao spirit appeared in the fifth dimension. In the starry sky, the old man was stunned. "That's it?" The old man was stunned for a while. He turned his head and looked down. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear. How strong is this woman? In the fifth dimension, Tendo's pawn shop. Moon Yin looked around and said with a smile, "I really miss Xiao Dao. I should have gone to see her before." The woman beside her smiled and said, "We can go up again next time." Tendo smiled and said, "That's true." At this moment, a man walked in from outside the door. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurried to go up when he saw the heavenly law. He grabbed the heavenly law and said happily, "You finally showed up." Tendo blinked and said, "What are you doing?" Yi Xian said seriously, "I missed you so much." At the side, the woman looked at Yi Xian and her eyes were full of curiosity. Moon Yin smiled and said, "Missed me? Missed me what?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I always feel uneasy when you're not here." Moon Yin smiled and said, "I'll introduce a new friend to you." As she spoke, she looked at the woman beside her. "Her name is Xiaoyu, and she's my friend." Yi Xian looked at Xiaoyu and said with a smile, "Hello." Xiaoyu nodded slightly and looked at Tendo. "Is he the human you were talking about?" Tendo smiled and said, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu looked at Yi Xian and sized up Yi Xian. "Are you a good person?" Yi Xian was speechless. Tendo shook her head and smiled. "Silly girl." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "She's the Tao world's Tendo." The Tao world's Tendo. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. "Tendo? The Tao world's Tendo?" Moon Yin nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian looked at Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu sized him up. Yi Xian looked at Moon Yin. "Miss Tendo, did you bring the Tao world's Tendo down?" Moon Yin smiled and said, "Is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression became a little strange. Wasn't this woman too playful? She had actually brought the Tao world's Tendo down. He had actually brought down the Tao world's heavenly Tao. What was she trying to do? Moon Yin suddenly smiled and said, "Isn't it good to let her help you?" Yi Xian hesitated for a while before saying, "It's good, but this is still a little unbelievable." The Tao world's Tendo was here. Yi Xian felt that this was a little crazy. Moon Yin Xiao Dao said, "Don't you need spirit qi?" She can help you. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Yu and said with a smile. No matter what, since you've come to the 5th dimension, you'll be one of us in the future. Don't worry. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell them my name. You can do whatever you want in the 5th dimension. Mu Niannian shook her head and smiled, not saying anything. Xiao Yu blinked. The people of the Dao world bullied me in the past. The Dao world. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He smiled and said, Don't worry. One day we'll conquer the Dao world. Mu Niannian glanced at Yi Xian without saying anything. Xiao Yu looked at the Tendo. Nian Nian, will I stay here in the future? The Tendo nodded and said with a smile. You can stay here for the time being. If he needs spirit qi in the future, you can help him by giving him some spirit qi. Xiao Yu nodded. Okay. The Tendo looked at Yi Xian. How is your 5th dimension great array? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. It's already on a certain scale. The Tendo said softly. No one has ever united all the experts in the 5th dimension. You are the first, but I can tell you that you have many enemies. Yi Xian looked at the Tendo. Can you tell me about the relationship between the prophet and Yi Qingji? The Tendo was silent. Yi Xian said with a smile. I should know the truth now. Mu Niannian nodded. Indeed. In fact, it's very simple. The prophet is Yi Qingji. His ancestor was a super expert, Yi Lanting, who obtained a remnant page of a Dao scripture. She was the first expert in the Dao world to break through to the self-release realm. Later, she went to search for the complete Dao scripture, but she disappeared. Countless years later, a super genius appeared in the Yi family, Yi Qingji. He reached the self-release realm before the age of 20. Countless experts in the Dao world believed that he had a Dao scripture on him, so they exterminated the Yi family. He escaped to an ancient temple and used the reincarnation technique to become you. Yi Xian was startled. Become me? What do you mean? Mu Niannian said calmly. You can understand it this way. Yi Qingji was the previous incarnation of the prophet, and your previous incarnation was almost the prophet. Yi Xian frowned. Almost? Mu Niannian nodded. When he entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had to choose a host. He understood the Tao of reincarnation very well, and he wanted to choose a person with great karmic luck, which was you. However, he was killed during the process of reincarnation. Yi Xian said solemnly, The woman in the plain dress. Mu Niannian nodded. But she was a bit too late, because at that time he was almost done. Although he was killed by the woman in the plain dress, his karma fell on you. The woman in the plain dress wanted to sever the karma between you and him, but due to certain reasons, she didn't do so. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for the woman in the plain dress, you would be the prophet now. It was precisely because of this that he committed a great taboo. Or perhaps it should be said that he severely underestimated the woman by your side. So no matter how monstrous he was, he couldn't escape the fate of having his soul destroyed. No matter what, you obtained all the benefits from him. You have to bear this karma, unless you give away the study room now. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, I understand. What about my other 2 karmic luck? He remembered that the woman in the ponytail had said that he had 3 karmic luck. Mu Niannian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Big brother, I'm not a fortune teller, nor am I a karmic luck teller. Don't ask me everything, okay? Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Yesterday a reader said it very well. If you have a toothache, take a blue carefree pill. Chapter 12:12. Inside the pawnshop, Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he understood the cause and effect relationship between him and the prophet. Yi Qing knew. Although he was not the prophet, he had obtained the benefits of the prophet. Naturally, he had to bear the prophet's cause and effect. Tendo suddenly smiled and said, Do you want to improve your body? Yi Xian looked at Tendo and said, It can still be improved? Tendo raised the corner of her mouth and said, Of course. Whether it is martial arts or sword arts, there is no limit. The same goes for the body. Of course, with your current body, it can be said that it has reached the limit of the 5th dimension. However, this is not enough. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. How? The fifth dimension was currently building a large array. To be honest, he did not have 100% confidence in being the eye of the array. That was a large array that gathered the power of the fifth dimension. If he could not withstand it, it would be a tragedy for him. Therefore, if he could improve his body again, it would definitely be a great thing for him. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian's body and said, Now there are two ways. The first is dual cultivation. Dual cultivation. Yi Xian was stunned. Then his expression became a little strange. He looked at Mu Niannian and smiled. Miss Tian, we are not suitable, right? Mu Niannian's mouth slightly raised and she waved her lily-white hand. Boom. Without any warning, Yi Xian flew out. This time he flew thousands of feet away. When he stopped, his body cracked like a spider web. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xian was a little confused. What was this woman's strength? At this moment, Tendo appeared in front of him with Xiaoyu. Tendo looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, You said those words because you wanted to see my strength. Do you see it now? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Tendo, you are too terrifying. Originally, he thought that he already had the strength to fight Tendo, but now it seemed that this woman was unfathomable. Tendo said with a smile, Don't think too much about it. It's because I know the weakness of your body that I was able to destroy it. Yi Xian glanced at the Tendo. As if I'd believe you. You're a bad woman. The Tendo suddenly said, I'll take you to a place. After that, she grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder and disappeared on the spot. After a while, Tendo brought Yi Xian and Xiaoyu to the top of a snowy mountain. The surroundings were covered in ice, and it was bone-chilling cold. Yi Xian sized up the surroundings and said, Miss Tendo, where are we? The Tendo smiled. A place that has been sealed for a very, very long time. Yi Xian suddenly said, I've absorbed Ice Soul before. The Tendo nodded. I know. After that, she gently moved her lily-white hand forward. In an instant, the iceberg in front of the three of them suddenly split into two. The Tendo smiled. Let's go. After that, she led Yi Xian and Xiaoyu towards the depths of the iceberg. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss Tendo, have you been to the Dao world? Mu Niannian nodded. Yi Xian asked again, Are the people of the Dao world really that strong? Mu Niannian smiled. They are stronger than here and in the sixth dimension. That's because they are blessed by nature. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Because of the Dao scripture? Mu Niannian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian asked again, Is the Dao scripture really such a divine artifact? Mu Niannian said softly, It is indeed an extraordinary book. Yi Xian looked at Mu Niannian. Have you read it? Mu Niannian shook her head. I haven't read it, and I don't really want to read it. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Mu Niannian smiled. Most of the time, the path that you walk is your own path. The path that others give you is their path, not your own. Do you understand? Xiaoyu suddenly said, But the people of the Dao world all want others to give them a path. Mu Niannian smiled. That's them. Then she glanced at Yi Xian. It's smart of you to use the Dao scripture to make a deal with the sixth dimension. Of course, I appreciate that you don't take the Dao scripture seriously. Yi Xian was silent. In fact, he had the same thought as Mu Niannian. Most of the time, the path that you walk is your own path. This was also the reason why he chose to let the plain-dressed woman leave. Of course, he had never thought that those people would take the initiative to provoke the plain-dressed woman. Heaven had pity on him. He had always wanted to rely on himself to walk the Dao. But these enemies had nothing better to do than to provoke the plain-dressed woman at this time, Mu Niannian said. The origin of the Dao scripture is unknown. Perhaps the person who sent the Dao scripture had good intentions, but it could also have a deeper meaning. Regardless of the purpose, the world is now within the rules set by him. Yi Xian looked at Mu Niannian. What about you? Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile. You are really curious about my strength. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Yes. Mu Niannian smiled. Don't think too much about it. I have no ill intentions towards you. Then she paused and said, Actually, you might not know, but in the entire fifth dimension, the sixth dimension, and the Dao world, The biggest threat to you is actually me. Yi Xian was speechless. Mu Niannian blinked. Do you still remember when you separated from the plain-dressed woman by the river? Yi Xian nodded. At that time, the Tendo was also there. Mu Niannian said with a smile. Actually, she wanted to kill me at that time. Yi Xian was stunned. Wanted to kill you? Mu Niannian nodded. Once she left, I had the ability to kill you before she returned. Only I have this ability. But in the end, she did not do so. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Why? Mu Niannian blinked and smiled playfully. Because I am smart. Yi Xian was speechless. Mu Niannian suddenly stopped. In front of her was an ice palace. Yi Xian looked at the ice palace. The ice palace was very large, like a giant city. In front of the ice palace, there were dozens of ice men. Yi Xian looked at Mu Niannian. These are? Mu Niannian said with a smile. They used to be an ancient foreign force. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Foreign force? Mu Niannian nodded. A long time ago, many people coveted this fifth dimension and wanted to enslave this universe. In the end, they were all killed by me. Of course, I also sealed some of them. Yi Xian glanced at Mu Niannian. He had to say that those foreign forces were really tragic, because they certainly did not expect that the Tendo of this small universe was actually so abnormal. It could be said that this Tendo was the best Tendo he had ever seen. But then again, who would have thought that a Tendo would actually cultivate? Moreover, she was learning from the various races. Tendo was not scary. What was scary was that Tendo was cultured. At this time, Xiaoyu said softly, If only I was as powerful as you, Nian. Mu Niannian said with a smile. Let me tell you, I am really not powerful. For example, I can't beat the plain-dressed woman. Oh my god. At this time, the voice of the 9th floor suddenly sounded in the pagoda. Yi Xian asked inwardly, What's wrong? The 9th floor sighed softly, sighing. I can only say that this heavenly Tao is truly too terrifying. She is obviously so powerful, but she keeps saying that she is not powerful at all. This woman knows how to hide her strength. She is really scary. Yi Xian nodded. In fact, whether it was the Tao world or the 6th dimension, or even Yi Xian, most people would subconsciously ignore this Tendo. Why? Because she usually laughed and laughed, making people feel that she was not scary at all. This was actually very scary. At this time, Mu Niannian walked to the gate of the ice palace. She gently waved her lily-white hand, and the gate of the ice palace opened directly. A bone-piercing cold air floated out of it. Mu Niannian gently waved her lily-white hand, and the cold air disappeared without a trace. Mu Niannian walked inside, and Yi Xian and Xiaoyu hurriedly followed her. After entering the palace, Yi Xian found that there were many ice people around. Based on their movements, it was obvious that they were frozen very suddenly. Mu Niannian walked towards the depths of the ice hall. Not long later, the three of them arrived at the end of the hall. At the end of the hall stood a woman. She wore a snow-white dress, with a cloak on her back. It was worth mentioning that this woman was very beautiful. Among all the women Yi Xian had seen, she could definitely be ranked in the top 3. She was a woman that could move any man's heart. Of course, he naturally didn't have any other thoughts. He was a swordsman who had comprehended the sword domain and sword intent at any rate, so he still had this bit of mental fortitude. Right at this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly said, Look, her eyes are moving. Yi Xian looked at the woman when he heard this. Sure enough, her eyes were actually moving. She was looking at Mu Niannian. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he gazed at Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian smiled and said, I sealed her in ice, but I only restricted her freedom. I didn't make her fall into a deep sleep. I wanted her to be like this. She's conscious, but she can't move. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. Do you think I'm very cruel? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, I don't know what happened, so I won't comment on it. Mu Niannian smiled. And then she walked over to the frozen woman. She gazed at the woman and noticed that the woman's expression was calm. There was no rage or hatred in her eyes, and she was calm to the point it was slightly abnormal. Meanwhile, Mu Niannian suddenly waved her right hand, And then the mysterious energy that confined the woman vanished without a trace. It didn't take long for the woman to regain her freedom. Once she regained her freedom, she gazed at Mu Niannian. In the next moment, she took a step forward, and the temperature in the surroundings suddenly plummeted. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically because he noticed that his body had actually started to freeze inch by inch. Domain of Ice. Yi Xian hurriedly activated the sword domain, and his body gradually returned to normal at the instant that it appeared. Meanwhile, Mu Niannian smiled and said, "Looks like you haven't wasted your time here in the past few years for nothing. You've actually comprehended Domain of Ice here. And you've even attained the self-release realm. How rare." The woman stared fixedly at the Tendo. "Underestimating me will be the greatest mistake of your life." Right at this moment, Mu Niannian suddenly vanished on the spot. A moment later, her hand suddenly grabbed the woman's neck, and the woman's eyes opened wide with disbelief. Because at this moment, her domain of ice had actually disappeared without a trace. Mu Niannian slowly lifted the woman up and smiled. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" The woman stared fixedly at Mu Niannian. "Exactly how strong are you?" Yi Xian gazed at Mu Niannian as well, because he wanted to know the answer to that question as well. Mu Niannian chuckled. "Actually, I'm not strong at all. For example, I can't defeat this woman in a simple dress." Yi Xian almost fainted when he heard this. Motherfucker. Chapter 12-13. He couldn't beat the plain-dress woman. Yi Xian was speechless. "Big sister, can't you use a different analogy? You make it sound like you're very weak." In the distance, the woman in front of Mu Niannian stared at Mu Niannian. At this moment, her beautiful face had a trace of helplessness. The woman in front of her was much stronger than she had expected. She wasn't her match at all. Mu Niannian suddenly released her hand, and the woman fell to the ground. The woman didn't make a move because she knew it was meaningless. Mu Niannian suddenly opened her palm, and the woman in front of her suddenly shuddered violently. Then, her entire face turned pale, and very quickly, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from her body. Bloodline aura. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of this. The woman in front of him actually had the power of a bloodline. At this moment, the power of a bloodline suddenly erupted with a powerful force that shook towards Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian gently waved her lily-white hand, and the powerful force disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the woman collapsed to the ground and stared at the Tendo in front of her. "What do you mean?" Mu Niannian smiled and said, "What do I mean? I want to activate the mortal bloodline in your body." Mortal bloodline. Yi Xian was stunned. He had heard of it before. The Tendo of the fifth dimension had once told him that there were very few bloodlines that could compare to his bloodline. It just so happened that this mortal bloodline was one of them. Yi Xian looked at the beautiful woman. This woman actually had the bloodline of a mortal? Mu Niannian suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "This woman's ancestor is not simple." As she said this, the corners of her mouth curled up. "You don't mind if I suck up some karma for you, right?" Yi Xian hurriedly said. I mind very much." He knew that the woman in front of him definitely wanted to do something bad. Mu Niannian smiled and said, "Don't you want to break through?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Yes, but you wouldn't come up with any bad ideas, right?" Mu Niannian blinked. "It's not a bad idea. It's a good idea." With that, she opened her palm. The World Prism Pagoda suddenly flew out from within Yi Xian's body and landed steadily in her hand. Yi Xian's expression changed. "What are you trying to do?" Mu Niannian ignored Yi Xian and turned around to look at the beautiful woman in front of her. "You've lucked out." With that said, she pointed a finger at the beautiful woman's forehead. In an instant, the beautiful woman's cultivation was sealed. The absolute beauty glared at Mu Niannian. "What do you want to do?" Mu Niannian did not reply. She turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Miss Tendo, let's talk things out. Don't act recklessly." Tendo smiled mischievously. "I'm not acting recklessly. It's a good idea." With that said, she pointed a finger at Yi Xian's chest. In an instant, Yi Xian's cultivation was sealed. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What is this woman trying to do? Following that, Tendo took out 2 blue pills. With a point of her finger, the 2 blue pills flew into Yi Xian's and the beautiful woman's mouths. In an instant, their bodies became hot. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before his expression changed. This is an aphrodisiac. Tendo blinked. Yes. Yi Xian was about to speak when Tendo smiled mischievously. You two have fun. With that said, she pulled Xiaoyu and disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian's expression changed. He was about to speak when his whole body turned red. In the distance, the beautiful woman's eyes became misty. In fact, both of them were not weak. Ordinary drugs would not work on them. However, the problem was that Tendo had sealed their cultivation. Without cultivation, they were just like ordinary people. The woman stared at Yi Xian with eyes full of resentment. Yi Xian spread out his hands. She did it. I'm also a victim, okay? The woman's expression suddenly became ferocious. In the next moment, she directly threw herself in front of Yi Xian and frantically took off Yi Xian's clothes. Yi Xian could not stop her at all. After a while, both of them were naked. Yi Xian found that the woman in front of him was very proactive. The moment the two of them joined together, the blood in their bodies suddenly trembled. Soon, a mass of blood light enveloped both of them. During the process, both of their blood began to boil and then fuse. It should be said that they were absorbing each other's blood. However, gradually, the woman's blood began to be suppressed by Yi Xian. This went on for a long time before the two of them stopped. After it was over, the woman lay at the side. She just looked at the sky with empty eyes. Humiliation. To her, this was naturally a very humiliating thing. As if she had thought of something, she looked at Yi Xian. Besides killing intent, there was also resentment in her eyes. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Why do men always feel that when something like this happens between a woman and a man, the woman is always the one at a disadvantage? We men are also at a disadvantage, okay? Also, you know that I'm also a victim. I feel very wrong too." The woman suddenly clenched her fists and her chest heaved up and down. It was a spectacular sight. Anger. Because of her anger, the drug in the woman's body seemed to have taken effect again. Therefore, she rushed towards Yi Xian again. This time, she was like a fierce horse galloping unhindered. After another hour passed, the woman stopped. She just lay on top of Yi Xian and stared fixedly at Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian pushed her away, put on his clothes, and walked towards the distance. The woman slowly closed her eyes where she stood, and 2 streams of clear liquid flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Yi Xian found the 5th dimension Tendo. Moon Yinyan gazed at him and smiled. How do you feel? Yi Xian gazed at Moon Yinyan. I want to become strong, but I don't want to do it in such a way. Moon Yinyan suddenly waved his right hand. Bang! Yi Xian's entire body was blasted flying. He flew for an entire 30 kilometers. And the space in his path was obliterated inch by inch. In an instant, the 30 kilometers of space in front of Yi Xian and Moon Yinyan had been transformed into a pitch-black hole. Yi Xian's body cracked, and blood splattered everywhere. He looked like a man made of blood. Moon Yinyan took a step forward, and with this step, she arrived in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and sneered. Who do you think you are? Yi Xian looked at Moon Yinyan. Moon Yinyan smiled. Mercy? Do you think you have the right to be merciful? Do you? Do you know the cruelty of this world? Do you know what will happen to the women around you if you fail? They will live worse than dogs. Do you understand? Yi Xian was silent. Moon Yinyan continued. Yes, you have the plain dress woman behind you. With her, you will not die. However, you will live under her shadow for the rest of your life. But have you ever thought about what would happen without her? Without her, you would not be called Yi Xian. You would be called Yi Qingji. Do you understand? Forgive me for being blunt, but 100 of you cannot compare to one Yi Qingji. You do not have the right to fight him. You won because of the plain dress woman, not because of yourself. Do you understand? Yi Xian was silent. Moon Yinyan sneered. Why did the 6th dimension help you? Do you think it is because you are handsome? No, they are afraid of the plain dress woman. That is why they helped you. Why did the spirit realm submit to you? Did you shoot it down yourself? No, it was the woman with the gun who helped you. Use your pig brain to think. Without them, how will you fight against Guan Yin? How will you fight against the sixth dimension? How will you fight against the Tao realm? As she said this, she glanced at Yi Xian. Have you ever thought about what will happen to your friends and the women around you if you lose? Those with a strong temperament will commit suicide to preserve their innocence. Those with a weak temperament will become someone's plaything in bed. At that time, do you think your enemies will be merciful to you and the people around you? Yi Xian looked at Mu Niannian. A person should have a bottom line. Mu Niannian suddenly shouted angrily. Is a bottom line something that weaklings can talk about? Let me tell you, you talk about a bottom line now because you are living a good life. If you live in purgatory, you will find that a bottom line is worthless. As she said this, she stared at Yi Xian. Right now, I want to kill you. I want to kill all of your friends and imprison all of your women. What can you do about it? Tell me, what can you do about it? Are you going to talk about a bottom line with me? Yi Xian was silent. Mu Niannian sneered. You are now the master of the fifth dimension. It sounds very awesome, but do you know how you became the master of the fifth dimension? It was the people behind you who helped you get it. Let me ask you, without the plain-clothed woman, how can you compete with the prophet? The prophet's 10,000-year plan was cut down by the plain-clothed woman, but without her? How can you, Yi Xian, compete with her? Without her, there would be no Yi Xian in this world. Let me ask you again, the sword sect is such a powerful force. Without the green-clothed man, would they recognize you as their master? I'm afraid you are dreaming. The spirit realm is such a powerful place. Without the spear-wielding woman, would they submit to you? They are afraid they won't be able to kill you. If the sixth dimension wasn't scared by the plain-clothed woman's sword, would they express goodwill to you? Do you really think that you are the most monstrous genius in the universe, and that people want to curry favor with you? They are giving face to the plain-clothed woman. As she said this, she stared at Yi Xian and pointed at Yi Xian's chest. Tell me, without them, what can you do? Yi Xian was silent. Mu Niannian pointed at the sky. Right now your enemies are the Tao world and the ancient temple. Do you know how powerful they are? Do you think your fifth dimension great array can stop them? Let's not talk about them. Let's talk about the fifth dimension tribulation. If you want to stop it, do you know how terrifying it is? No, you don't know how terrifying it is, because you are used to people helping you. You have never been forced into a desperate situation, so you don't know what despair is. As she said this, she shook her head. When your sister left, she said that they are too kind to you. This is what I want to tell you. They are really too kind to you. Being a second generation isn't a bad thing, but you can't be proud of being a second generation. The country that father conquered is father's. It has nothing to do with you. What kind of ability is ruling the country? Conquering the country is a real man. Also, as she said this, she looked at Yi Xian and pointed at Yi Xian's chest. The plain-clothed woman is so powerful. As long as she doesn't want to die, she basically won't die. However, my intuition tells me that if she dies one day, it will definitely be because of you, Yi Xian. Because only you, Yi Xian, can make her die. An extremely powerful person isn't afraid of a godlike opponent, but she will definitely be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Do you understand? As she said this, she walked to the side. As if she wasn't satisfied, she punched out. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of li in front of her turned into nothingness. She hated iron for not becoming steel. P.S. I suddenly discovered that my readers aren't particularly serious. Because of a toothache, many readers revealed their true nature. Chapter 12-14. In the air, Yi Xian stood silently. In fact, he had thought about what Mu Niannian had said seriously. However, he was helpless most of the time. For example, he had enemies in the sixth dimension even though he had not left the fifth dimension. Where did these enemies come from? He, Yi Xian, did not provoke them. Some enemies were acquired, but some enemies were born. At this moment, a figure suddenly soared into the sky. It was the woman from before. Mu Niannian sneered. You want to leave? Have you asked for my permission? With that, she gently pulled with her lily-white hand. Boom. In the distant sky, the woman fell directly in front of Mu Niannian and Yi Xian. The woman stared at Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian. Kill her. Yi Xian was stunned. The woman glanced at Yi Xian but did not speak. Mu Niannian looked straight at Yi Xian. Kill her. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said with a smile, I won't. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian but did not speak. Yi Xian chuckled. Qing, has never asked me to do or not do anything because she wants me to live according to my wishes. Lady Tendo, I know that you have helped me a lot. You said so much to me just now for my own good, but I don't want to be the kind of person you want me to be. I am me, I am not anyone's puppet, and I don't want to be a person without a bottom line. At least, I will never do things that go against my conscience just to become stronger. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian for a moment and smiled. Then, she looked at the woman not far from Yi Xian. You can live. The woman said nothing. Mu Niannian suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, in this life, there are very few people who can do things that go against their conscience. Because in Jianghu, there is no free will. You're ruthless enough, but you're not cruel enough. In other words, you'll only be cruel if someone touches your reverse scale. Of course, if a person was too cruel and didn't have a merciful heart or a bottom line, he would definitely be an unpleasant person. You are able to gather so many people around you, not only because of the plain-dressed woman and the others, but also a large part of the reason is because of you, because you treat your own people well. But, when she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and said, I'm afraid that you'll encounter someone like me one day. Because if that happens, then you'll lose utterly. Especially women. Some women are 100 or 1,000 times scarier than you can imagine when they become ruthless. Obviously, she was referring to the woman beside her. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Mu Niannian suddenly pointed at the woman not far from him. For example, her. Do you know what she did when she came to this universe? Yi Xian glanced at the woman and shook his head. No matter what she did, I shouldn't have forced myself to have sex with her. Although I wasn't willing, it's my fault. It's my fault, I'll admit it. This kind of coercion was shameless to him. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the woman glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said with a smile, Have you ever thought that, as I said before, if you fail, your friends and the women around you will be very miserable? Because since ancient times, the winner is king and the loser is vilified. The loser will either die or live a life worse than death. At that time, your enemy won't care about mercy or bottom line. Human nature doesn't have a bottom line. Because humans aren't animals. Animals can only eat until they are full. Humans can save and calculate. Most of the time, they can do anything for money or to become stronger. Yi Xian looked straight at Mu Niannian. If others don't have a bottom line, that's their business. But I, Yi Xian, must have a bottom line. If a businessman doesn't have a bottom line, then he's a profiteer. If a man doesn't have a bottom line, then he's a beast. Because only beasts can do anything. Nian Nian, being cruel doesn't mean that you don't have a bottom line or principles. Saying that, he pointed at the woman not far away. She's done something evil. You can punish her, you can kill her, you can even seal her, and let her suffer for 10,000 years of loneliness. But you really shouldn't treat her in this way. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian. Are you blaming me? Yi Xian didn't back down and looked at Mu Niannian. Yes. I respect you, but that doesn't mean you can mess around with me. If you treat me as a friend, then please respect me. I, Yi Xian, can lose, can die. But I will never force a woman to have sex with me and use her body to make a breakthrough. I, Yi Xian, am not ashamed of that kind of breakthrough. There are thousands of ways to become strong. Why must you choose this? Behind Mu Niannian, Xiao Yu blinked. She looked at Yi Xian with a smile on her face. On the other side, the woman looked at Yi Xian but didn't say anything. Mu Niannian smiled. Looks like I was meddlesome. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. You once told me that experts shouldn't impose their will on others. Then why are you imposing your will on me now? To make me become the kind of person you want. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian. I don't want you to become the kind of person I want. Nor do I want you to become my puppet. I just want you to be a bit more cruel. In this world, if you aren't ruthless, you won't be able to stand firm. Yi Xian was silent. Mu Niannian continued. I know your character. Forcing you to dual cultivate with a woman you don't know isn't your style. It goes against your heart. However, I want to tell you that heart is a double-edged sword. Especially for a swordsman. Those who are too insistent on their heart are the same as drawing a circle to trap themselves. Of course, those who don't have their heart won't be able to walk far on their path. Don't you think it's very contradictory? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Mu Niannian smiled. Think about that woman in plain dress. If she wants to kill, she kills. If she doesn't want to kill, she doesn't kill. What is her heart? Yi Xian was silent. Mu Niannian continued. My heart is at ease. This is a new realm above sword cognition. The heart is unfettered, and the way of the sword is at ease. Yi Xian glanced at Mu Niannian. Niannian, I think your way of thinking is wrong. Mu Niannian smiled. Go on. Yi Xian said in a low voice. I think that a person must have a bottom line and principles. If a person has no bottom line and principles, what's the point of being a beast? I don't know about others, but this is how I Yi Xian do things. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. Saying so, he pointed at the woman not far away. I'll say it again. If she's my enemy, I won't hesitate to kill her. I won't be lenient just because she's a woman. But I won't force her to have sex with me. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly pulled on Mu Niannian's sleeve. Niannian, I think he's right. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Continue. Yi Xian said in a low voice. You said that the weak don't have the right to have a bottom line and kindness. But let me ask you, if a person has no bottom line and kindness when he's weak, then will he have a bottom line and kindness when he's strong? Saying so, he hesitated for a moment and said, Let me give you an example. You can't hit me, okay? Mu Niannian nodded. Go ahead. Yi Xian glanced at Mu Niannian. My intuition tells me that if I dual cultivate with you, I'll become stronger. If one day you're weak, and I take advantage of your precarious situation to have sex with you, what would you think? Mu Niannian blinked. You actually have such a thought. Yi Xian hurriedly said. I'm just giving an example. An example. Mu Niannian lightly combed her hair behind her ear, and then she said, Actually, this is something that I'm quite conflicted about. I hope that you'll become more cruel, but I also hope that you won't become so bad. Because I hate people who don't have a bottom line and principles. They're unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals, and I really don't like them. But alas, as expected, there's no such thing as having the best of both worlds. Yi Xian smiled. Actually, it's very simple. You just have to be kind and compassionate to good people, and be cruel to bad people, right? Mu Niannian gazed at Yi Xian for a long time, and then she smiled and said, That's true. As she spoke, she pointed her finger at the woman by Yi Xian's side, and this point directly sealed her cultivation. Mu Niannian smiled and said, I'll leave her to you. Kill her or let her go, that's your decision. I have to remind you that you'll be in great trouble if you let her go. With that, she returned the world prison pagoda to Yi Xian, and then disappeared into the horizon with Xiaoyu. At the end of the horizon, where Yi Xian and the woman could not see, the smile on Mu Niannian's face gradually disappeared. Xiaoyu asked softly, Are you angry? Mu Niannian shook his head. No. Xiaoyu glanced at Mu Niannian and said nothing. Mu Niannian said softly, I'm not angry. Rather, I feel a little gratified. He was right. If a person didn't have a bottom line and principles when they were weak, would they still have a bottom line and principles when they became strong? I was too impatient. But there was no other way. I don't have much time left. Xiaoyu blinked. What do you mean? Mu Niannian smiled and said, This universe needs a person with a bottom line and principles. Otherwise, it won't be treated well. I'm not mistaken. Come on, I'll treat you to barbecue. Let's go fish. With that, she took Xiaoyu and disappeared into the horizon. After Mu Niannian disappeared, Yi Xian put away the world prison pagoda and looked at the woman beside him. The woman's expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "Want to talk?" The woman did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You could have committed suicide, but you didn't. Clearly, you don't want to die. So we can talk." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Talk about what?" Yi Xian said seriously, "You know that when we had sex, I was also passive. If you want revenge, I suggest you look for that woman just now. Her name is Mu Niannian. She's not very strong. At least, she can't beat the plain-dressed woman." The woman stared at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I feel that there are two possibilities between us. The first possibility is that you follow me and are conquered by my charm. Then you become my woman and bring the huge force behind you to pledge allegiance to me." The woman looked at Yi Xian and smiled coldly, but did not say anything. Yi Xian nodded. "Let's talk about the second possibility. The second possibility is that you will temporarily compromise and follow me. Then, when your cultivation recovers, you will kill me and Mu Niannian for revenge." The woman slowly closed her eyes. She clenched her fists, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Do you know how strong that woman just now is?" The woman looked at Yi Xian. "She is strong. What about you? Are you strong too?" Yi Xian was slightly helpless. "Big sister, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This ill-fated relationship between us is all because of her. Even if you want revenge, you should look for her," the woman said angrily. "Do you think I can beat her?" Yi Xian was astounded. "You can't beat her, so you hit me?" The woman stared at Yi Xian. "Did I have sex with her, or you and me?" Yi Xian said, "I did have sex with you, but she was the one who did it. I'm a victim as well." The woman ridiculed. "I really feel bad for her. She did that for you, but you still want to push the blame to her. Are you a man?" "Fuck." Yi Xian looked at the woman in astonishment. This woman's way of thinking is different from ordinary people. Yi Xian sized her up, and then he said, "Looks like Miss wants to talk to me. Since you want to talk, then let's have a good talk. Before that, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think that I'll accommodate you just because you had sex with me and slept with me. I, Yi Xian, have at least 100 women. Really, it doesn't matter to me if I have one more or one less." The woman looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian continued, "If Miss wants to live and regain your freedom, that's fine. However, Miss has to agree to a condition of mine. So long as you agree to my condition, I can let you regain your freedom and your strength." He really wanted to let this woman go, but she was at the self-release realm. If he let her go now, he might not be able to stop her if she did anything rash. So he could only choose a tactful method. The woman looked at Yi Xian with an expressionless face. "What? You want to enslave me?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No, I need you to follow me for 3 years. After 3 years, you'll regain your freedom." 3 years. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "You want to sleep with me for 3 years?" Yi Xian said angrily. "Why are your thoughts so dirty? Am I, Yi Xian, such a person? I want you to follow me for 3 years and fight for me. What do you mean sleep with you for 3 years? Dream on." The woman stared at Yi Xian and clenched her fists. One could see that she was furious from the rise and fall of her chest. Yi Xian looked at the woman. "How about it?" The woman said, "Recover my strength first." Yi Xian shook his head. "Dream on." This woman looked really angry. If he recovered her strength, wouldn't she beat him to death? The woman was speechless. Yi Xian said, "Can I? Just tell me." The woman was silent for a moment. "Let me tell you. You should listen to her and kill me. Otherwise, you will regret it." Yi Xian suddenly said, "We did it so many times. Will you have a child?" The woman suddenly looked up at Yi Xian. She was furious. Scram. Her voice was like thunder, shaking the snowy mountains. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 12:15. Yi Xian glanced at the crazed woman in front of him and muttered inwardly, "Is there a need to be so angry?" The woman glared at Yi Xian, her eyes ferocious as if she wanted to devour him whole. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. "Let's not talk about this. What do you think of the conditions I mentioned earlier?" The woman slowly closed her eyes. "Let me recover my strength first." Yi Xian smiled. "I'll be the first person you'll fight when you recover your strength, right?" The woman looked at Yi Xian. "How can I help you fight if I can't recover my strength?" Yi Xian looked at the woman. "Give me a strand of your soul." The woman narrowed her eyes. Yi Xian turned to leave. The woman in front of him was definitely not a good person. Otherwise she wouldn't have been sealed here by Mu Niannian for so many years. He naturally didn't think that he could conquer such a woman with his charm, nor did he think that she would fall head over heels in love with him after a night with him. Yi Xian wasn't that naive. Ever since he came into contact with Mu Niannian, he didn't dare to look down on women at all. At this moment, the woman behind him suddenly said, "I agree to your conditions." Yi Xian stopped and looked at the woman behind him. The woman opened her palm and a strand of soul appeared in her palm. Soon, the strand of soul floated in front of Yi Xian. She knew that if she didn't follow the man in front of her, that woman would never let her off. That woman had wanted to kill her just now. Yi Xian put away the strand of soul and said, "Let's go." The woman frowned. "Help me recover my strength." Yi Xian spread his hands. "I can't do that. But I can take you to find Nian Nian." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "You can do it." Yi Xian waved his right hand and a sword landed in front of the woman. "Come on up." With that he walked up to the sword. The woman didn't go up. Yi Xian turned to look at the woman. "How about I carry you to find her?" The woman didn't hesitate any longer, and directly walked onto the sword. Yi Xian pointed with his finger, and the sword soared into the sky. Caught off guard, the woman almost fell down. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and hurriedly hugged Yi Xian. But just as she hugged him, she was about to let go, but she still didn't let go. If he let go, wouldn't he fall? The woman looked at Yi Xian. "You did it on purpose." Yi Xian sternly said, "Miss, please don't think of others as such filthy things. Go ask around in the 5th dimension and see what kind of person I, Yi Xian, am." The woman said mockingly, "Does a shameless and lowly person like you still need to inquire about it?" Yi Xian was speechless. The woman suddenly said, "That Tendo is called Mu Niannian?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Are you interested in her?" The woman didn't say anything. Yi Xian said, "How about this? You ask me a question, and I'll ask you a question." The woman glanced at Yi Xian. "Sure." Yi Xian nodded. "How should I address you, miss?" The woman said indifferently, "Qian Mo." "Qian Mo." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Miss Qian Mo, ask away." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "What's your relationship with that Mu Niannian?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Friend, good friend." Qian Mo was silent. Yi Xian asked again, "Miss Qian Mo, where are you from?" Qian Mo said indifferently, "Dao World." "Dao World." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Ask away." Qian Mo was expressionless. "What bloodline power do you have?" This was what she was most curious about, because it could suppress her bloodline. It was very, very rare. Moreover, after dual cultivating with Yi Xian, she found that her bloodline showed signs of breaking through. If she dual cultivated with him a few more times, thinking of this, she lowered her head slightly. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Crazy demon bloodline." Qian Mo frowned slightly. "Never heard of it." Yi Xian said seriously, "Miss Qian Mo, I have something to tell you. Don't be angry, is that all right?" Qian Mo looked at Yi Xian and said, "What do you want to say?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "When I dual cultivated with you just now, I found that a lot of energy was lost." Hearing this, Qian Mo's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian quickly said, "I don't mean anything else. I just want to discuss. I'm a person who has already broken away from vulgar interests. I don't have any evil thoughts in my heart. Really, I swear on my character." Qian Mo fell silent for a moment and said, "That's because our minds weren't clear at that time, and we didn't properly absorb the energy produced by the fusion of our bloodlines. As a result, A lot of the energy leaked along with your essence. Yi Xian asked, how much did we waste? Qian Mo thought for a moment and said, at least 60%. 60%. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he shook his head and sighed. What a waste. Qian Mo fell silent. Actually, her bloodline was already showing signs of breaking through. If she absorbed all the energy earlier, it wouldn't be able to break through, but it would definitely change the shackles of her bloodline and improve further. If they did it a few more times, then they might even be able to use Yi Xian's crazy demon bloodline to break through completely. If that really happened, then she would be the first in the history of her family. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Qian Mo, why would our bloodlines be strengthened when we dual cultivate? Qian Mo said indifferently, bloodline complements. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. Qian Mo glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Qian Mo, do you know about the Imperial clans and the Demon Dao clans? Qian Mo said indifferently, who doesn't know about them in the Dao world? Yi Xian asked, how does your family compare to them in the Dao world? Qian Mo was expressionless and didn't say anything. Just as Yi Xian was about to ask, Qian Mo suddenly said, they're gone. They disappeared from the Dao world many years ago. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, then why did Miss Qian Mo come to the fifth dimension? Qian Mo said coldly, what does it have to do with you? Yi Xian said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, Miss Qian Mo came to escape. If your family loses power, it will definitely not be safe in the Dao world. If you escape, you might have a chance to revive your family, right? Qian Mo sneered, keep guessing. Yi Xian said, do you want to fight your way back to the Dao world? Qian Mo frowned slightly. Are you making fun of me? Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Qian Mo, you might not know, but the Dao world is my enemy now. Qian Mo stared at Yi Xian. What did you do? Yi Xian said with a smile. Rumor has it that the Dao world has a mysterious book called the Dao Scripture. That thing is in my hands. Impossible. Qian Mo's voice suddenly became louder. How could that mysterious book be in your hands? Yi Xian, did you dual cultivate too much? Is there something wrong with your brain? Yi Xian was speechless. Qian Mo snorted coldly and didn't say anything. She seemed to realize that her words were inappropriate. Yi Xian said, do you know Yi Qingji? Qian Mo said in a deep voice, don't tell me that he escaped here. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. He escaped here with a bookstore, and now that bookstore is in my hands. Qian Mo stared at Yi Xian. If what you said is true, I'm very curious. Why aren't you dead yet? Yi Xian pointed at the starry sky. Qian Mo frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yi Xian said, there are people up there. Qian Mo was speechless. Yi Xian continued, Miss Qian Mo, I think you can use me. You can use my power to fight your way to the Dao world and revive your clan. Qian Mo sneered and didn't say anything. Yi Xian said with a smile, do you think the fifth dimension Tendo is considered a top-notch expert in the Dao world? Qian Mo was silent. That woman was definitely a super expert in the Dao world. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one would be her match. Yi Xian said with a smile. To tell you the truth, it was her idea to attack the Dao world. She wants to conquer the Dao world. Qian Mo's eyelids twitched. If it was only Yi Xian, then he would absolutely not have the ability to go against the Dao world. But if that abnormal fifth dimension Tendo was included, then there was still a chance. After a long time passed, Qian Mo said in a low voice, what do you want me to do? Yi Xian said seriously, it's very simple. Miss Qian Mo is at the self-release realm. If we fight in the future, you just have to help me resist a self-release realm expert. Of course, if you have any other experts in your family, you can call them over as well. We can join forces and work together. Qian Mo suddenly said, is that book really in your hands? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Qian Mo hesitated for a moment and said, can you let me have a look? Yi Xian said seriously, no. Qian Mo glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything because she'd expected this. How could this man possibly let her see such a divine object? Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, I'll only let my own people see it. Own people? Qian Emo stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You slept with me. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Miss Qian Emo, I was forced. Qian Emo sneered. You slept with me, that's an unchangeable fact. Yi Xian fell silent. Qian Emo said coldly, What? Nothing to say? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Miss Qian Emo, to tell you the truth, I'm still unable to open that book because Yi Qingji set up a restriction when he left it behind. I'm not strong enough to open it. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the book and passed it to Qian Emo. Qian Emo didn't refuse. She took the book, and her expression gradually became extremely serious. In the beginning, she didn't really believe Yi Xian's words. But now she did. This book wasn't simple at all. Even though her strength had been sealed, she still had her knowledge. Qian Emo looked at Yi Xian. How did you get this book? Yi Xian said. The prophet gave it to me. Qian Emo frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? How could he give this to you? Yi Xian said he's dead. Qian Emo looked at Yi Xian. You killed him? Yi Xian shook his head. It's someone else. Anyway, the book is in my hands now. As he said that, he turned to look at Qian Emo. The moment he turned around, the two of them had a very intimate contact. Qian Emo frowned. What are you doing? She wanted to retreat, but there was no way out. She didn't have any cultivation now. Yi Xian said seriously. Miss Qian Emo, as I said before, you have two choices. One is to take revenge on me and Tendo, and the other is to stand on our side. Qian Emo looked at Yi Xian. If you want to talk, just talk. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Vote. Is there anyone voting? Chapter 12-16. Yi Xian felt slightly awkward. There were some places that he could not control. Qian Emo looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. The atmosphere suddenly became slightly awkward. That was because a certain part of Yi Xian was abnormally firm. Qian Mo's face suddenly turned red. The effect of the blue pill in her body had not completely disappeared. After all, her cultivation was sealed, and her resistance had decreased. Thus, when a certain part of Yi Xian's body was pressed against her, she could not help herself. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and took a deep breath. His blood was also boiling. What's going on? Could it be that I'm addicted? Yi Xian shook his head and suppressed the heat in his heart. One cannot be too beastly. The two of them did not speak along the way. Not long later, Yi Xian brought Qian Emo to the pawn shop. The fifth dimension Tendo was in the pawn shop, and Xiaoyu was there as well. Qian Emo glanced at the Tendo with a trace of fear in her eyes. Although she was at the self-release realm, she felt as weak as a chicken in front of this Tendo. She was really curious about the extent of the fifth dimension's heavenly Tao. Mu Niannian glanced at Qian Emo, then looked at Yi Xian. You better think it through. Yi Xian nodded. Miss Qian Emo has already agreed to cooperate with me. Mu Niannian gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. You're really something. After she finished speaking, she pointed at Qian Emo with her finger. In an instant, the seal on Qian Mo's body disappeared. Qian Emo glanced at Mu Niannian and did not speak. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian. How do you feel after dual cultivating? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, The power of my bloodline has changed, but it is not that obvious. Mu Niannian looked at Qian Emo and smiled. Then your bloodline should have had a huge breakthrough, right? Qian Emo did not say anything. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Mu Niannian smiled. Because your bloodline is stronger than hers. When you dual cultivate, she is the one who takes, so she benefits more than you. Yi Xian blinked and then he said, Then wouldn't I suffer a huge loss? Qian Emo glanced at Yi Xian coldly. Her gaze could kill. Mu Niannian laughed and said, It's a bit of a loss. It should be said that the two of you are at a disadvantage because when the two of you dual cultivated, you were messing around and didn't absorb all the energy after the dual cultivation. Otherwise, the benefits you obtained would be far more than this. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. At this time, Mu Niannian suddenly pointed his finger, and two white lights entered the space between Qian Emo and Yi Xian's eyebrows. Yi Xian was a little stunned. This is. Mu Ninian smiled. An ancient dual cultivation secret technique from a very long time ago. I think it's suitable for the two of you. Qian Mo's expression immediately turned cold. She wanted to say something, but Mu Ninian suddenly looked at her. Don't act like you've gained something. If it wasn't for me, it would be a fool's dream for your bloodline to have a breakthrough. Qian Mo looked at Mu Ninian and didn't say anything. Mu Ninian suddenly looked at Xiaoyu. Stay here for this period of time. No one will come looking for trouble with you. I'm going out for a while. Xiaoyu hurriedly asked. Where are you going? Mu Ninian smiled. I'm just going to stroll around. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Xian. Help me take good care of her. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked. Where are you going? Mu Ninian shrugged. I'm going to stroll around and do something on the way. Do something. Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. His intuition told him that this woman must be up to something bad again. Mu Ninian left as soon as he said he would, without the slightest hesitation. In the pawnshop, only Yi Xian and the other two were left. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoyu and smiled. Xiaoyu, are you going to stay here or play in my pagoda? There are many spirits in the pagoda. Xiaoyu blinked. Many spirits? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Xiaoyu said. Then I'll go to the pagoda. Yi Xian smiled. Okay. After he finished speaking, he directly brought Xiaoyu to the pagoda. With Big Sister and the others in the pagoda, Xiaoyu would have company inside, so it wouldn't be too boring. Yi Xian turned around and looked at Qian Mo, who was expressionless. I'll stay here. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Yi Xian left in the pawnshop, Qian Mo slowly closed her eyes. She was unwilling. She was indeed unwilling. After being sealed by the Tendo for so many years, who would be willing? But there was no other way. That woman was so strong that it made her despair. She was already at self-release and thought that she would be able to fight against that woman, but she didn't expect that she would still be instantly killed. Thinking of this, Qian Mo couldn't help but want to curse. When did a Tendo become so abnormal? As if she thought of something, she suddenly looked in the direction that Yi Xian left in. The study room. Qian Mo's eyes gradually turned cold, but very quickly, the coldness in her eyes turned into helplessness. As soon as Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan, Guanyin found him. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. Elderly has already built that array, and wants you to try it. 5th dimension array. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. So fast? Guanyin shook his head. There are still many problems that need to be solved. Now, I want you to try it and see what problems will arise. Yi Xian's face darkened. I want me to try it, but what if I fail this step? Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. Only you can resist the might of the array. Yi Xian nodded. Take me there. Guanyin nodded, and then he brought Yi Xian to a starry sky. At this moment, there were already thousands of people gathered in this starry sky, and all of them were array masters and spirit array masters. The person in the lead was elderly. When they saw Yi Xian, everyone present hurriedly bowed slightly. These people were very respectful towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at them, and then he cupped his fists. Everyone, you've worked hard. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. To them, this was a battle for survival. Of course, there was another meaning to all of them who were array masters. Just the thought of constructing an unprecedented and extraordinary array was enough to make their blood boil. Yi Xian gazed at elderly, and the latter turned around, set out. As soon as he finished speaking, the starry sky in an area of almost 50,000 kilometers suddenly trembled violently. In next to no time, the starlight in the surroundings instantly became illusory, and it didn't take long for an enormous starlight formation to appear beneath their feet. The starlight formation was like a disk that covered the entire starry sky. There were countless tiny golden talismans on the starlight formation, and they covered the starry sky. At this moment, the entire starry sky had become extremely strange. Elderly pointed at a golden disk in the distance. That's the core of the formation. Yi Xian nodded, and then he directly appeared on the golden disk. Bang! In an instant, the entire starry sky trembled violently. The starlight formation beneath Yi Xian's feet trembled, and the golden talismans started to revolve swiftly. In an instant, countless strands of energy surged out from within the talismans, and then they converged like a river towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed when he came into contact with this energy. What formidable energy! At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body trembled violently. This energy was external and didn't belong to him, so it was a huge blow to his body. Meanwhile, Elderly hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, this energy doesn't belong to you. You have to take control of it and utilize it." Actually, he was most worried that Yi Xian's body wouldn't be able to endure this formidable energy. If that happened, then Yi Xian would be the first to die. But if Yi Xian was able to endure this energy, then Yi Xian would be able to utilize the formation to control this energy, and even control it. But the precondition was that Yi Xian was able to endure it. Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed as he stood within the core of the formation. At this moment, his body was slightly inflated. The energy was very, very strong. But fortunately, it wasn't strong to the point that he couldn't endure it. Yi Xian clenched his fists slowly. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with a formidable energy that could destroy the world. It wasn't his energy, but it was very strong. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly shouted angrily, "Come!" As soon as he finished speaking, a sea of stars suddenly appeared in his eyes. In next to no time, the energy of countless stars in the entire starry sky converged towards him. The Star Dao Law. His face instantly turned pale when the energy of the stars entered his body. Elder Li's expression changed drastically from afar, and he hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, stop quickly. Your body can't absorb too much energy right now." The formation masters present were burning with anxiety as well, because it was obvious that Yi Xian had absorbed too much energy, and his body couldn't endure it anymore. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt like his body was slightly numb. Obviously, his body wouldn't be able to endure it for much longer. Right at this moment, the depths of the starry sky in the distance suddenly split open, and then two old men walked out from within it. When they appeared in this expanse of the starry sky and the surroundings trembled violently as if it couldn't endure their strength. It was an extremely shocking sight. The self-release realm. Everyone in the surroundings gazed at the two old men. Where did they come from? The two old men glanced at the surroundings, and then they gazed at Yi Xian's group. Both of them frowned when they saw the formidable energy that descended from above, and then they exchanged glances with each other with bewilderment in their eyes. Did these fellows know that we were coming? They'd been sent by the sect master and the immortal pavilion. They were the red-clothed sect master of the God King Palace, Li Mian, and the young pavilion master of the immortal pavilion, Mo Dao. Both of them were at the self-release realm. Their objective for coming here was very simple, and it was to find out if the scripture was in Yi Xian's possession. The two of them hadn't expected to encounter such a force as soon as they descended. Did the people of the fifth dimension know that they were coming? Below, Yi Xian looked at the two old men. He could sense that they were both at the self-release realm. Clearly, they were from the Dao world. Or perhaps they were from that ancient temple. Li Mian looked at Yi Xian. "You're Yi Xian?" Yi Xian looked at Li Mian. "From the Dao world?" Li Mian nodded. He looked at Yi Xian. "Do you have the scripture?" Yi Xian grinned. "You came at the right time." As soon as he finished speaking, the executing heaven sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he slashed towards the depths of the starry sky. Boom! In an instant, the power he'd gathered in his body burst forth like a dam, transforming into a ray of sword light that slashed towards the depths of the starry sky. This sword caused the world to lose color. Chapter 12-17. This attack could be said to be Yi Xian's strongest attack up until now. A single slash could obliterate the world. When Li Mian and Mo Tian witnessed this attack, their expressions instantly changed. Danger. That was what they felt at this moment. They didn't dare act carelessly. Li Mian took a step forward and slowly clenched his right fist. In an instant, the space around him transformed into a huge vortex, and a powerful force surged out incessantly from within the vortex. In the next moment, he smashed his fist downwards. In an instant, the space where his fist struck was instantly obliterated, and then a black fist swept down along with the vortex. At the instant that Li Mian attacked, Mo Dao suddenly took a step forward. As soon as this step descended, the entire starry sky trembled violently. After that, he slapped his palm forward, and an enormous palm that was over 3 kilometers long swept down from the starry sky. As soon as this palm appeared, the entire starry sky became illusory. It was the full force attack of 2 self-release realm experts. Obviously, they hadn't underestimated Yi Xian's attack. After living to this point in their lives, they were very clearly aware that they couldn't underestimate anyone, especially Yi Xian, because he was related to Yi Qingji. In the starry sky, Yi Xian's attack slashed directly against the fist. Bang! The fist trembled violently before exploding apart, and a powerful wave of energy shook the starry sky. It was like a huge explosion had occurred, causing the starry sky to tremble. The sword energy hadn't dispersed, and it continued forward and slashed towards the enormous palm. Everyone watched as the sword energy struck the palm. The palm trembled violently, and then it became illusory. After a moment of silence, the palm transformed into nothingness. The sword energy hadn't dispersed, and it continued forward and slashed towards Li Mian and Mo Tian. Li Mian and Mo Tian's expressions instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. The strength of this attack had slightly exceeded their expectations. They exchanged glances, and then they suddenly became illusory. In the blink of an eye, 2 powerful forces capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth swept down from the starry sky. They were going head-on against each other. In next to no time, the 2 forces smashed against Yi Xian's sword energy. Boom! An expanse of sword light shattered, and countless strands of sword energy swept through the starry sky. At this moment, the starry sky was shattered by the remnant strands of sword energy, and Li Mian and Mo Dao were pushed back nearly 100,000 feet. When they stopped, their bodies were covered in sword wounds, and their bodies were in pieces. Seeing this scene, both of them were slightly stunned. In that instant, the 2 of them had almost been killed by that sword chi. Down below, Yi Xian held his sword and looked at Li Mian and the other man. Li Mian and the other man gave Yi Xian a deep look before turning around and leaving. The 2 of them did not choose to continue fighting because they were not confident that they could withstand a second strike from Yi Xian. Down below, Yi Xian didn't attack again because if that kind of expert wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and looked at Old Man Li and the others not far away. The power of the formation isn't enough. Continue to strengthen it. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of sword light and vanished into the distance. Not enough power. Old Man Li and the others glanced at each other. Almost killing 2 self-release realm experts isn't enough? Meanwhile, Guanyin suddenly said, "The Dao world doesn't just have 2 self-release realm experts. Besides that, we still have the 5th dimension tribulation to face." As she spoke, she glanced at the others and said, "Continue to strengthen the formation according to what he said." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. All the formation masters exchanged glances and smiled bitterly without end. They'd thought that the formation was sufficiently terrifying, but they hadn't expected that it would still be insufficient to the extent that Yi Xian was satisfied with. It wasn't strong enough. After a short moment of silence, Old Man Li suddenly said, "Everyone, if you have any thoughts, then feel free to voice them." Meanwhile, a formation master spoke in a low voice. "If we want to strengthen the formation, then we need manpower. We need to gather the top-rate experts of our 5th dimension here, and rely on their strength." The others here frowned when they heard this. It was not difficult to gather all the strong people here. What was difficult was whether Yi Xian could withstand such a strong force if that was the case. It wasn't just Yi Xian. Whether the formation would be able to endure it was a huge problem as well. It didn't take long for all the formation masters here to start discussing. Yi Xian returned to the Alliance Hall, with Guanyin by his side. Guanyin glanced at Yi Xian and said, "This matter can't be rushed. From a certain point of view, You were able to heavily injure 2 self-release realm experts with a single strike of your sword. This formation has already succeeded. Yi Xian nodded. I know. However, it's far from enough. As he spoke, he looked up into the starry sky and said, Our enemies aren't just the 5th dimension tribulation. There are those above the starry sky as well. Guanyin nodded. Yes. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin and said, How has the overall strength of the 5th dimension improved recently? Guanyin said, It's been very good. We have 28 half-step self-release realm experts now. Arrow, the one-legged woman from the Endless City, and the variant beast scripture have just broken through. It won't be long before Demon Yen and God Emperor will be at self-release realm as well. As she spoke, she paused for a moment and said, Miss Lanxiu and the Academy's Zhang Wenxiu have extremely good natural talent. However, it isn't suitable for them to charge into the half-step self-release realm right now. Our people are helping them stabilize their foundations. Once the time is ripe, it won't be difficult for them to attain self-release realm. Yi Xian nodded. Focus on fostering those with extremely good natural talent. Of course, those whose natural talent isn't that good, but so long as they work hard, we'll still foster them. Guanyin nodded. I understand. Natural talent wasn't the only standard for success. Sometimes, hard work was even more important than natural talent. At this moment, Guanyin suddenly said, A group of people came to us in hopes that we can provide them with cultivation resources. However, I still want your confirmation. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. Who? Guanyin said. Tai Yi and the others. Tai Yi and the others. Yi Xian frowned when he heard this. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian and waited for Yi Xian's reply. Yi Xian shook his head. Let them leave. Guanyin wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian smiled and said, If we can't go through thick and thin together, how can we go through thick and thin together? Guanyin nodded. I understand. Yi Xian said. We need to let the people of the world understand that we aren't fools. If we can go through thick and thin together, we have to go through thick and thin together as well. Guanyin glanced at Yi Xian. I'll make the arrangements. Yi Xian suddenly said. How are Mu and Qian doing? Guanyin said solemnly. Both of them are trying to break through to the origin returning realm. Yi Xian was stunned. That fast? Guanyin smiled and said. It's all thanks to Xiaoling. The elixirs she refined are truly heaven-defying. Xiaoling? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. That little fellow was very useful. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian said. Oh right. The sword sect. Guanyin said solemnly. They are the ones we focus on nurturing. All the top-notch resources will be provided to them first. They will be prioritized over everyone else. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. Guanyin said, They are the best fighters here. If they can break through, they will be the sharp sword of the 5th dimension. A sword that can pierce through the 6th dimension and the Dao realm. Yi Xian smiled and said, 6th dimension? The Dao realm? At this moment, he suddenly realized that Guanyin's ambition was not small. Guanyin glanced at Yi Xian and said, You don't have this plan? Yi Xian smiled and said, Forget about the 6th dimension. However, I feel that we can still do something for the Dao realm. Guanyin said solemnly, The 6th dimension is helping us now because... Yi Xian suddenly said, No matter what, if they don't betray me, Yi Xian, Yi Xian, will not betray them. Just like the 5th dimension, if you don't betray me, Yi Xian, Yi Xian will not betray you. Do you understand? Guanyin looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian suddenly said, You can have ambition, but you cannot be ungrateful. After saying that, he turned and left. Guanyin was silent for a moment and shook her head. She hoped that Yi Xian's ambition would be greater and more ruthless. However, she did not want Yi Xian's ambition to be too great and too ruthless. Because she was afraid. Afraid that when Yi Xian became ruthless, he would even kill his own people. If that was the case, the spirit tribe would not have a good ending in the future. An unscrupulous and ambitious person would sacrifice everything, including his loved ones, when necessary. However, Yi Xian was different. He would never sacrifice the people around him for any benefits. Thinking of this, Guanyin sighed softly and said, "A kind person." After saying that, she turned and left. In this kind of world, not doing evil was already a great kindness. After Yi Xian left, he came to a starry sky where a woman had been waiting for a long time. It was Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi looked at Yi Xian, and without any nonsense, she stabbed with her sword. One sword, one thought. Seeing this, Yi Xian shook his head. What was a monster? This Xiaoqi was the real monster. He had only demonstrated the sword cognition to her, and she had already learned it. This talent was like cheating. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless, and he stabbed with his sword as well. Both of them used sword cognition. The moment the two swords touched, boom! Xiaoqi instantly retreated hundreds of feet. Yi Xian and Xiaoqi were stunned. Yi Xian did not expect that the power of his sword was so much stronger than Xiaoqi's. Xiaoqi was also surprised. Why is your sword so strong? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Because his sword Dao faith is stronger than yours. Xiaoqi and Yi Xian turned to look. Not far away, two women were walking over. It was Ajiu and Situ. Ajiu looked at Yi Xian. Your sword Dao faith is stronger than hers, so the power of your sword is above hers. Xiaoqi suddenly looked at Yi Xian. What's your sword Dao faith? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, Protect the fifth dimension. Protect the fifth dimension. All of them fell silent when they heard this. Meanwhile, Ajiu suddenly said, If you're sincere, then the entire fifth dimension will be the foundation of your sword Dao faith. Your sword cognition will be based on the entire universe. Very few people can surpass you in sword cognition. Even I can't. Yi Xian looked at Ajiu. Senior sister Ajiu, what's your sword Dao faith? Ajiu spoke indifferently. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Xian was speechless. Suddenly, the space before Yi Xian trembled. In next to no time, he frowned, and a trace of ghastly killing intent flashed through his eyes. A short moment later, he suddenly said, Send the order. The Dao scripture is in my hands. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. P.S. I was chatting with a reader yesterday, and he actually recommended some embarrassing websites to me. Oh my God, I really have to give it to you. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.